La question est la suivante.
The question is as follows.
Madame Gould, appuyée par Madame...
Ms. Gould, seconded by Mr. Champagne, moved that, in relation to the consideration of government business number 30, the debate not be further adjourned.
10-minute period for members voting electronically is started in the House. We'll now proceed for a vote for members participating in person. All those in favour of the motion will please rise.
Ms. Gould.
Ms. Gould.
Mr. Sajjan.
Mr. Sajjan.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Monsieur Guilbeault.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Sachs.
Miss Murray.
Miss Murray.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Madame Saint-Onge.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur Miller.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Monsieur McKinnon-Gatineau.
Miss Jazek.
Ms. Jazek.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Oliphant.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Gerritsen.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Miss Sahota.
Miss Sahota.
Madame Bendayan.
Madame Bendayan.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Biddle.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mr. Baptiste.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mrs. Atwin.
Mr. Kellaway.
Mr. Kellaway.
Madame Brière.
Madame Brière.
Mr. Long.
Mr. Long.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. McDonald Avalon.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Morrissey.
Mr. Aldag.
Mr. Aldag.
Madame Mendez.
Madame Mendez.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Louis Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Pulowski.
Mr. Pulowski.
Madame Diab.
Madame Diab.
Ms. Gainey.
Ms. Gainey.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Miss Idlout.
Ms. Idlout.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. Cannings.
Mr. McGregor.
Mr. McGregor.
Ms. Barron.
Ms. Barron.
Miss Zarillo.
Ms. Zarillo.
Miss McPherson.
Ms. McPherson.
Mr. Blakey.
Mr. Blakey.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Shear.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Ellis.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mr. Kimmich.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Stubbs.
Mrs. Gray.
Mrs. Gray.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Kelly.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Cooper.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Jennis.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Small.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Duncan Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Duncan Stormont South Glengarry.
Monsieur Berthold.
Monsieur Berthold.
Miss Finley.
Miss Finley.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Aitchison.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Patzer.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Kitchen.
Mr. Muse.
Mr. Muse.
Miss Rude.
Ms. Rude.
Monsieur Généreux.
Monsieur Généreux.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mrs. Wagentall.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Epp.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Bragdon.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Dalton.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. Soroka.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Shields.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Falk Provencher.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Mott.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Dowdle.
Mr. Weber.
Mr. Weber.
Monsieur Simard.
Monsieur Simard.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame de Bellefeuille.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Vignola.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Madame Saint-Clair-Desgagnés.
Monsieur Trudel.
Monsieur Trudel.
Madame Bérubé.
Madame Bérubé.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Miss May, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Morris.
Mr. Morris.
The House will now wait for the electronic voting period to end before resuming its proceedings. The electronic voting period has ended. If members were not able to vote due to technical difficulties, they may now use the raise hand function, and the chair will recognize them. I don't see any hands up there. I don't see anybody standing in the chamber. The table will now compile the results of... Oh, hold on. All right. Monsieur Lauzon.
Yes.
Monsieur Lauzon, yea pour.
Just in time. Le bureau va maintenant compiler les résultats du vote.
The table will now compile the results of the vote.
171, 171. Nays contre, 141, 141.
I declare the motion carried. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government business, consideration of motion number 30, standing in the name of the Leader of the Government in the House of Commons, proceedings on Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act, resuming debate on the amendment of Mr. Williams.
And I believe when we left this, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader had 3 minutes remaining and not one to give up too much time. I'm sure he wants that 3 minutes. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, when you take a look at the legislation that we're debating today, it is legislation that will have a profoundly positive impact from Canadians from coast to coast to coast. Now, what I find that I would like to kind of bring to the discussion or the debate is the Conservative Party's attitude towards legislation in general. I put it in the form of a question earlier, Mr. Speaker. When I talked about the Conservative Party today, and the leader of the Conservative Party in his attraction to the People's Party and the membership of that particular party. And as a result, what we have seen is the Conservative Party has moved far to the right. I would ultimately argue the far right has taken over the leadership of the Conservative Party today, Mr. Speaker. And I don't say that lightly. I truly believe that to be the case. And we saw a good demonstration of that. Like when you talk about the legislation that we have today, one would think that the Conservative Party would recognize the value and the good that's within this legislation and have a desire to see it passed. But that is not the case of the far-right Conservative Party today. And we've seen that amplified just the other day when we saw the Conservative Party vote against a trade agreement, Madam Speaker. They actually voted against the Canada-Ukraine trade agreement. Unbelievable. And then they try to rationale why. Well, I think it is rooted in the leadership of the Conservative Party, where we see that far-right element has virtually taken over. And what has happened is it starts then to filter down into what we see across the way today. And that's why, whether it's the trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine and the Conservative Party voting against that, Madam Speaker, to the legislation that we're actually debating today, where you have a desire on the Conservative Party to play that destructive force on the floor of the House of Commons. And then they look as if they're surprised in terms of the debate on C-56. You know, they're surprised in terms of why it is we would bring in a time allocation, Madam Speaker. The bottom line is it's brought in time allocation because the Conservatives don't want to see this legislation pass.
One moment. I have a point of order. The honourable member for Sherwood-Park, Saskatchewan.
Madam Speaker, in light of the member's comments about apparently him saying he wants to do more for Ukraine, I wonder if there would be unanimous consent for the adoption of a motion put on notice by the member for Dufferin-Caledon that it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on International Trade that during its consideration of C-57, an act to implement the 2023 Free Trade Agreement between Canada and Ukraine, the committee be granted the power to expand the scope of the bill in order to support expanded munitions production in Canada and increasing munition exports to Ukraine and support the development of weapons and munitions manufacturing capabilities in Ukraine by Canadian industry. I hope there be unanimous consent for the adoption of that motion so we can move forward.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que l'honorable...
All those opposed to what the honourable member is proposing will please say nay.
There is no unanimous consent. The honourable... The Honourable Official Opposition House Leader has a point of order.
I have a very quick procedural question, Madam Speaker. Will Hansard reflect the fact that it was the Liberal member for Winnipeg North that said no?
This is not a point of order. This is actually a point of debate, and I want to remind members they are well aware, especially the House Leader, what points of order are, and I would ask members to please respect the rules of the House. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary has 26 seconds to end.
Speaker, the Conservatives just demonstrated just how dumb they can be. You remember, they tried to move a unanimous motion to, in essence, kill the free trade agreement completely. What do you think would happen if that motion actually passed, Madam Speaker? There's an agreement that's in place. Remember, the President Zelensky came to Canada to sign that agreement. Now they just want to throw it out the window. How irresponsible. That's what I mean about the far-right extremists in the Conservative caucus today. Shame on them.
I want to remind the honourable member that point of order was raised yesterday when someone raised the fact that someone was used a word. I'm not going to bring it up here. I do want to remind members to please be very careful on the words that they use in the House because we shouldn't be using these derogatory words that show a lack of respect. The point of order, the honourable. Sorry, I have a point of order. The honourable member for. Hold on here. It's escaping me all of a sudden here. Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And my point of order was going to be asking you to address the issue with the Liberal member calling someone dumb.
Yeah, so I have. So the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, I'd like to apologize for calling them dum-dums.
Again, you know, that's not a proper way of doing apologies, you know. So I do want to remind members, again, to please be careful on the words that are used in the House. It does cause It does cause a lot of problems, and it really stops the flow of the House to be able to proceed. The questions and comments. The honourable member for Sherwood Park, Fort Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member said, what would happen if the Conservative motion passed to expand the scope? Well, it's quite simple what would happen. The amendments that I have drafted that would expand the scope of the bill to make specific legislative changes to expedite weapons transfers to Ukraine, those amendments could be proposed, and those amendments, if adopted, would then become part of this legislation. It wouldn't in any way undermine the existing agreement. It would simply be a matter of Canada adding additional legislative measures that would expedite the sale of weapons to Ukraine. Things like, for instance, putting Ukraine on the list of open policy countries, which would reduce the time and review standard required in order to get these weapons to Ukraine. Things like having EDC and BDC play a greater role in supporting the manufacturing of weapons in Ukraine through Canadian business investment. These are concrete measures that would make an actual difference to Ukraine as it fights the war. Why doesn't the member support those measures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, each and every one of the Conservative members need to take ownership and responsibility for their behavior and their decision, their unanimous decision to vote against the Canada-Ukraine agreement. They can come up with all the red herrings that they want. The bottom line is President Zelensky came to Canada, signed a trade agreement with Canada, even at a time of war, recognizing the value of that trade agreement. And only the Conservative Party, in their wisdom, their far-right extremism, Madam Speaker, made the decision to vote against them. Shame on them. And if the member has remorse already, then apologize and ask for unanimous consent to reverse his vote.
I want to remind the honourable member he had an opportunity to ask a question. If he has other questions, he waits for the appropriate time. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
I would just like to reiterate the comments that my colleague has made, that in fact the Conservatives voted against supporting a trade agreement with Ukraine, in fact on the day of dignity and freedom for Ukraine, to just to make it just that much more appalling and inexplicable. But what I wanted to ask the member about, you know, the bill that we are trying to get through today, the work that we are trying to get done would make housing, would provide some support for Canadians with regards to housing. And I know that this government has admitted that they have not done near enough to address the situation of housing. I listened today to my colleague from Nunavut when she spoke about how dire the situation is for housing in the north. And I'm just wondering, how will this piece of legislation that we'd like to be able to talk about, that we'd like to be able to pass, help with regards to nutrition, food prices, grocery prices, and housing in northern communities like my colleagues from Nunavut?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, do you have a very specific example within the legislation that establishes the getting rid of the GST for purpose-built rental homes is an idea that's going to have a profound positively impact to the degree in which we've even now seen provinces do likewise in terms of the PST. So I hope to see more provincial jurisdictions continue. On the first point, when she made reference to a special day, you know, this week is Holodomor week, where we're supposed to be recognizing what has taken place in Ukraine, where Russia attempted to starve, and in fact starved millions of Ukrainians. Again, this and it goes back to the whole idea on the same week in which the Conservative Party votes against that Ukraine-Canada free trade deal. It is very hard to imagine why it is the Conservatives voted that way, with the exception of that far-right element that I referenced.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indigenous Services.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for his speaking this morning. I mean, we're talking about C-56. I think it's important to really bring us back to what this bill could offer for Canadians. I'm particularly interested in the piece around strengthening the Competition Act. We know that Canadians are deeply concerned about the rising cost of living. Christmas is coming. And we, of course, you know, ideally not moving towards closure is what we want to see in this House, but we need to, unfortunately, because of the games that are played. Can the members speak about some of the things that we're seeing in this House that unfortunately prevent us from passing critical legislation like this?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my colleague. You know, the legislation enables to have more strength to the Competition Bureau, which is really important. It also takes away the efficiency argument in regards to when companies come to, or one large company acquires another one. And a good tangible example of that, Madam Speaker, would be going back to the days in which Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, where we used to have Shoppers, which was a standalone, provided all sorts of groceries being consumed by Loblaws, I believe it was, Madam Speaker, in a multi-billion-dollar deal. Well, this, we all recognize that competition is healthy. That's something that helps us keep prices fair to consumers. So this legislation will in fact make competition better in Canada, and to that degree, whether it's that aspect or it's the rental supports to ensure we have more homes into the future, this is good, sound legislation. One would think the Conservatives would be eager to see its passage.
Gentleman for Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, really glad to see the governing party so keen to move forward this particular measure to address the housing crisis. But at the same time, we just had a fall economic statement. No new funds to the Rapid Housing Initiative. No new action to address the financialization of housing. For example, they could have removed the tax exemption the real estate investment trusts are benefiting from every single day and put those funds to building the affordable housing we need. Why are they so selectively keen to move ahead on housing policy in this country?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Never before in the history of Canada, at least for the last 50 or 60 years, has a government been more focused on dealing with the issue of housing. The member made reference just to the fall economic statement that was released yesterday. Within that statement, and I know the member is a big fan of housing co-ops, within that statement is a serious commitment of somewhere in the neighborhood of $300 million plus towards supporting and getting and seeing the realization of more housing co-ops. I've always argued and will continue to argue, Madam Speaker, that a housing co-op is a wonderful form of homes. You know, people are not tenants, they are residents. And that means a big difference. And if I had more time, Madam Speaker, I'd love to be able to talk about all the things that this government is doing on housing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Sherwood Park, Saskatchewan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In her previous comments attacking the Conservatives, the member for Edmonton Strathcona tried to pretend that she supports Ukraine. Here's what she told the committee in February of 2022, the same month as the invasion. She said, "Some people in this committee and some members of our parliament have been calling on the government to provide lethal weapons to Ukraine. I have some concerns about that, obviously. Do you believe there are risks to providing these lethal weapons to Ukraine? This applies in terms of keeping track of these weapons, but more importantly, I'd like some information on how Russia would perceive that. Would they perceive that as an escalation instead of a de-escalation? Unbelievable statements from the member for Edmonton Strathcona, the foreign affairs critic for the NDP, expressing an unwillingness to transfer lethal weapons to Ukraine because of fear of how Russia would perceive it. That's what the NDP were saying in February of 2022. Does the member think that the NDP should apologize for those pro-Russian statements?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Madam Speaker, what I'd take out of the question is that there's a lot of remorse, at least from some of the Conservative members, for the manner in which they voted the other day. It is incredibly difficult for Canadians to believe that the Conservative Party would vote against a trade agreement that was going to have a profoundly positive impact, both here and Canada and Ukraine, Madam Speaker. This is a trade agreement that is going to make a difference in a positive way. And what we see from the Conservative Party today, from that far right-wing element, is a policy that is so reckless, Madam Speaker, it just does not make sense. People thinking of the Conservative leader, it's a risky business nowadays being a Conservative, and they really need to consider how they voted, and I would highly recommend that they take a major flip-flop and start supporting the Canada-Ukraine agreement.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I am going to keep it brief. We need to get this work done. There are people, this morning I was at an event, anti-poverty event, and I can tell you that people don't have time to wait for housing, for food, for medication, pharmacare. We have a lot of work to do. So I wonder if the member across the aisle could say how quickly we can get to the Canada Disability Benefit, because that is another piece of legislation that needs to get to the floor, get passed very, very quickly, or to come into force. So can you give us some updates on that, please?
For the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker. The government has a very proactive, progressive legislative agenda. We would like to be able to get a lot of pieces of legislation through. We just brought in the anti-scab legislation. We have, whether it's budgetary measures or it's legislative measures, we have a full agenda because we know that it's in the best interest of Canadians to pass it through. The frustration is when we see Conservatives stand up on concurrence motions to filibuster debates or adjourn the House in order to prevent debates from occurring in the first place. And we'll continue.
So I just want to remind members again that when someone has the floor, it's respectful to wait until they are recognized during the appropriate time if they wish to say something. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member from Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner. It's always a pleasure to rise on behalf of the constituents in my community, my residents of Kelowna Lake Country. We're debating Bill C-56. This NDP Liberal government continually fails to address the real issues that their government has caused for all Canadians. And they say that Bill C-56 will somehow bring down the cost of living and grocery prices. Well, people in my community are struggling to pay their bills and put food on the table. Food bank usage is the highest it's ever been, with over 30% more clients year over year. And this is consistent across the country and also in my community. People with disabilities and seniors on a fixed income are hit particularly hard. Instead of cutting the carbon tax and government spending, which is driving up inflation, the Liberal NDP government believes that implementing Bill C-56 will somehow solve the inflated cost of living and grocery price issue. The lack of competition in Canada's grocery industry is held mostly by Loblaws, Sobeys, and Metro, and this is a competition issue that this bill will not solve. We have already seen the Prime Minister and this government fail at keeping their promises, like having cheaper groceries before Thanksgiving. Well, that date has long come and gone. Canadians are faced with higher costs than many other developed countries due to lack of competition, whether it be in industries like grocery, airline, banking, or telecommunications. High taxes, bureaucracy, and red tape make Canada unproductive and uncompetitive. The Liberals added a second carbon fee, basically a second carbon tax. And saying this legislation takes some kind of stand against grocery stores is nothing short of performative with a nice title. The policies of the NDP Liberal coalition, with their inflationary deficit spending and high tax agenda, has caused our inflation rate to be as high as it's been and continues to be, which then caused the highest interest rates in a generation. This legislation is trying to deal with problems created by the government without addressing any of the causes. It's like walking along and someone tripping you, and while you're lying on the ground looking up, that individual puts their hand out and says, "Let me help you up." Meanwhile, you're thinking, if you hadn't tripped me in the first place, I wouldn't be on the ground. The NDP Liberal coalition thinks that taxing farmers who grow our food and taxing transport trucks that move our food and then taxing grocery stores who sell our food have nothing to do with inflation. We have to remember that it was the Liberal finance minister who had declared victory on inflation, only to see it go higher. We also have to remember that inflation is compounding. Most people are familiar with compounding interest on their investments. However, this is the harmful kind of compounding because it means things cost more. For a 3% inflation, for example, that's 3% on top of last year, where during the same month it could have been 8%, as we had seen in 2022. Therefore, inflation would be 3 plus 8, which is 11, but it's actually even more because it's compounding compared to 2 years ago. The Governor of the Bank of Canada said inflation is homegrown, and he said inflation is costing the average Canadian $3,500 a year. Now, that's not per family, that's per person. So no wonder people are having trouble heating their homes. They were last winter, and we're seeing a tough time again this year. I send multiple surveys each year to every home in my community of Kelowna Lake Country, and it's amazing the huge amount of people who respond to them. A recent one was this past summer, and here are the results. 70% say they are buying fewer groceries. 81% say they are taking fewer trips. 78% say they are donating less to charity, and 89% say they are putting less into savings. Many people also put detailed notes sharing their ideas, solutions, and heartbreaking stories with me. The John Howard Society of Okanagan and Kootenay has stated that they are now having clients come to their organization stating that they have just lost their home and they don't know what to do. Now their organization does not know how to support these people because it wasn't built for the capacity they are now seeing. Now, Madam Speaker, it's no surprise that people can't afford a home when the price of homes and the price of rent in Canada has doubled over the last 8 years of this NDP Liberal government. It used to take 25 years to pay off a mortgage. Now it takes over 25 years to save for a mortgage. Saving for the average mortgage for the average home used to take 5.5 years before this government. A recent C.D. Howe study determined that in Vancouver, nearly $1.3 million of the cost of an average home is government gatekeepers adding unnecessary red tape. That means that over 60% of the price of a home in Vancouver is due to delays, fees, regulations, taxes, and high-priced consultants. The NDP Liberal government has poured billions of dollars into housing programs and have little to show for it. Removing the GST from home construction was proposed on a private member's bill by the leader of the official opposition. The differences between what he was proposing and what this bill does is that this bill will help, but it's not focused on affordability like the official opposition member's bill is. When I'm home in my community at many different activities and events, a top issue many people bring to me is the increasing cost of their mortgage payments and how it's affecting their family and families that they know. I was talking to a dad who said his mortgage just increased by over $1,000 a month. I had another person just reach out who has 3 kids where he is the sole income earner for their family as his wife stays home to look after the kids, and was looking for any tax credits for kids' fitness and other activities, something I had to tell him that the Liberals cancelled. Yep. The latest MNP Consumer Debt Index shows 51% of Canadians are $200 or less away from not being able to complete on their financial obligations. Quote, facing a combination of rising debt carrying costs, living expenses, and concern over the potential for continued interest rate and price hikes, many Canadians are stretched uncomfortably close to broke. Quote, "There is no mystery as to what is causing Canadians' bleak debt outlook. It's getting increasingly difficult to make ends meet," unquote. A recent survey released by financial firm Edward Jones Canada also said, quote, "Canadians are stuck in a chaotic whirlwind of personal financial stress." And, quote, "The poll clearly shows that Canadians are preoccupied with just getting through the day, that the idea of paying debt feels like a distant dream," unquote. It also found 88% of Canadians saying their personal financial situation is impacting their well-being. In addition, 65% of Canadians now say they're concerned about saving for retirement, and 63% are concerned about how to prepare for an unexpected financial event. Less savings, more concern, more risk. Forced sales events are up 10%, with mortgage defaults climbing, as just reported by the Toronto Real Estate Board. And it's just not me talking about the financial situation in my riding of Kelowna Lake Country. Financial Consumer Agency of Canada says, quote, "Canadians are now facing the biggest financial challenges of their lives," unquote. Now, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister and the Liberal NDP coalition has really lost touch with Canadians. This bill will assist with one small sliver of an issue with building homes, but it's not a housing affordability bill. As we see now with the fall economic statement that the Liberals are being supported with their NDP partners, this spending will continue on a path of deficits and keeping inflation and interest rates high. This bill does not address the causes of high food costs, the causes of inflation, or the causes of high interest rates. This Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. We can send this bill to committee to be studied, and hopefully some amendments can be made at committee and brought back to this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. The member made reference to Loblaws and the importance of competition. I'm sure the member, and I'd be interested in her thoughts in regards to when Stephen Harper allowed for Loblaws to actually acquire Shoppers, thereby decreasing competition in Canada's grocery industry. He's the one that brought it down to ultimately 5. This legislation takes away the efficiency argument. So it seems to me, like the trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine, this is good legislation. I don't know what the Conservative Party is going to do on this legislation. Can the member indicate, will she be voting in favour of this legislation, or will she be doing like she did with the Ukraine trade agreement and voting against?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure if the member was listening to my speech, because I actually said that I would be supporting it going to committee, and was hopeful that there would be some amendments at committee, is what I said at the very end of my speech. Regarding an organization like Loblaws, we have to remember how this government treats an organization like that when they gave refrigerators to Loblaws. And during that time, I was getting phone calls from small businesses in my community, floral shops, very small cheese shop, small businesses asking if they would also be given fridges. And of course, that wasn't the case. They only gave it to one of the largest companies in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm glad that the member says that she's going to be voting in favour of the legislation. What she didn't answer is the Conservative Party. And I would hope that the Conservative Party would, in fact, be supportive of the legislation. Maybe the member could give some sort of indication why it is that the Conservative Party tends to want to prevent government legislation from passing, even legislation that they support. So the member says that she supports this legislation. I'm going to believe her on her word that the Conservative Party indeed will be supporting the legislation. So my question is that when would she like to ultimately see this legislation pass through Parliament, including the Senate? Would she like to have it before Christmas? Is that not a reasonable expectation?
Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And for the member's question, first of all, referring to how we have debates and shut down debates, it is the government that does the calendar. They're the ones that choose what is brought up every day. And I will say that, that they continually shut down debate in this House. I'm really glad that I was able to bring forth the comments from people in my community on this particular piece of legislation. I can think of 3 times over the last very recent weeks where I had prepared a speech, was prepared to debate and bring the voice of my community here, and the government shut down. They had closure and shut down debate. So the reason why we're here is to bring the voices of our community into this place, and this government continues to shut down debate on legislation and stifling us from bringing the voices of our community here.
That's exactly right.
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville. A brief question.
Brief question it will be. Can the member share with this place recommendations that we have tried over and over and over again to extend to this government to use that would do more, far more, to meet the needs of Canadians at this point in time?
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country has just a little over a minute to respond.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. Well, we've made a number of recommendations. As I had mentioned in my intervention, this government does nothing to address the causes of why inflation is high and why interest rates are high. So we have made recommendations to cancel the carbon tax. We have also made recommendations to extend, to be reasonable and accommodating to look at removing the carbon tax for farmers. It's sitting in the Senate right now, and that is being stalled. We have made suggestions to take the carbon tax off all forms of home heating across the country because the government, due to their panic over Liberal members that might lose their seats, they decided to only make the carbon tax unavailable to one type of home heating. So we've made that suggestion. The carbon tax alone, we know, has been analyzed, would bring down inflation. So that's just one thing that we would do, Madam Speaker. Right. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's always an honour to rise in this place and represent the amazing people of Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, as well as all Canadians. Madam Speaker, it is said that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but it's breathtaking just how desperate the Liberals have become. In the House of Commons, we are witnessing a curious trend. Imitation disguised as Liberal innovation. The recent flurry of activity from our Liberal counterparts presents a spectacle. It's desperation masquerading as originality. It's really fascinating. The Liberals have hastily adopted common-sense conservative strategies to cloak their actions as a remedy for affordability, all the while seeking recognition for ideas that were not theirs to begin with. Unfortunately, their replica has flaws, and the Liberals need to know and the Liberals know that they need to ram this legislation through before Canadians realize that it is nothing more than a cheap knockoff. If the government is looking for another idea to steal from Conservatives, maybe they could finally decide to repeal the carbon taxes, which are the real reason Canadians are facing a soaring cost of living. But, Madam Speaker, first, let's dissect the fabric of their imitation. The Liberals' newfound fascination with affordable living appears more as a last-ditch effort to mirror our common-sense conservative initiatives, although it lacks the authenticity and the understanding required to genuinely address the woes of everyday Canadians. This sudden adoption reeks of desperation. Maybe they have seen the polls. Maybe they are hearing in their ridings that the Conservatives are the only party putting forward common sense ideas. Maybe the Conservative message of common sense sounds good to them too, but their leadership comes down with heavy-handedly when they vote in favor of our legislation, like the Liberal member from Avalon, who tried to do the right thing for his constituents initially, although he eventually betrayed them and caved to his master, like a typical Liberal always does. The government's thievery of Conservative ideas seems relentless. Were you aware, Madam Speaker, that the fall economic statement contained no less than 4 Conservative private members' bills? Bill C-323, for example, an act to amend the excise tax for mental health services from the good doctor from Cumberland Colchester. Bill C-318, an act to amend the Employment Insurance Act and Canada Labour Code for adoptive and attendant parents for my friend, the MP from Battlefords and Lloydminster. Bill C-294, an act to amend the Copyright Act on interoperability from my riding neighbour to the east, the MP from Cypress Hills Grasslands. And also Bill C-365, an act respecting the implementation of a consumer-led banking system for Canadians by the amazing MP from the Bay of Quinte. Yet while the Liberals eagerly snatch concepts from our playbook, they turn a blind eye to the actual root cause of the economic pains faced by Canadians. Their out-of-control debt and deficits, out-of-control spending, a carbon tax that does not do anything for the environment, a rapid housing initiative that can't build houses, and inflation that results from all of their financial mismanagement. These are the real culprits behind the soaring cost of living, behind escalating interest rates, and the burdensome grocery store bills and fuel prices that burden the citizens of this country every day. Our Conservative blueprint for affordable living, particularly our Conservative leaders' Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act, stands as a testament to our commitment to the welfare of Canadians. Our messaging, like the Bring It Home initiative, encapsulates not just slogans, but a genuine drive to resolve the housing crisis plaguing our nation. In contrast, the Liberals' response to this crisis, they partly crafted, lacks the depth and innovation required for a lasting solution. Their plan, often confined within the boundaries of existing programs and re-announcements, fails to project a path forward. It's a patchwork of recycled notions rather than a blueprint for real, sustainable change. And they have no problem announcing the same promises over and over and over again with the same pompous Liberal attitude that most Canadians have grown tired of. The question remains, however, Madam Speaker, are the Liberals truly addressing the housing crisis or merely engaging in performative arts to mitigate the damage their policies have caused and the fact that the vast majority of Canadians desire to see them removed from office? Their sudden attempt to provide solutions and then force them on Canadians seems more reactive than proactive, a calculated response to evade accountability rather than an earnest effort to rectify the havoc that they themselves have created. I can only hope that this means that they're getting ready for an election, Madam Speaker. Liberals may tout their actions as responsive and comprehensive, but in reality, they bear the marks of limited vision and a failure of leadership. The Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act, as presented by our Conservative leader, Pierre Poilievre, is not just a set of words. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so I think the honourable member recognizes that he's mentioned the honourable official opposition leader, and so I just want to remind him that he's not to mention parliamentarians that sit in this House. The honourable member for Cardston-Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And yes, our conservative leader. It's not just a set of words or ostentatious announcement. It's a clarion call for genuine reform, That's what that Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act is all about. It embodies the Conservative commitment to forging a future where affordable living is not a privilege, but a right for all Canadians. Its depth, its foresight, and its genuine intent to alleviate the housing crisis differentiates it starkly from the borrowed and incomplete solutions offered by this government. We as Conservatives are not satisfied with token Liberal gestures, and Canadians are not either. We need substantive change, substantive solutions that don't just create photo ops and news clippings. You see, Madam Speaker, Canadians can't live in a photo op or a press release or an initiative. They need affordable housing and a Conservative government that is going to bring it home. Madam Speaker, the choice is very, very clear. It's between a Conservative vision anchored in genuine innovation and a desire to provide common sense solutions to Canadians, or, Madam Speaker, a Liberal stance marred by imitation, lacking in depth, and not worth the cost. Canadians deserve more than rehashed plans. They deserve visionary initiatives that ensure a brighter, more affordable future, and a leader with common sense of the common people united for our common home. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let's bring it home.
That's a great speech.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, the member just said they deserve a leader and implying that's of a visionary nature. And we had that in the last federal election when 338 Conservatives and their leader said that a price on pollution was actually a good thing, right? And so, yeah, Conservatives have ideas, but what you'll find is they often flip-flop. And this is one of those ideas in which they actually flip-flopped on. And now today, and you've seen it today in the debate, where Conservatives will say, well, you know, we want to get rid of the price on pollution. You can't trust the Conservatives and their policies. Very, very reckless. We can't tell what they're going to really do on this legislation, if they even want it passed, because they are so preoccupied with the far right. My question to the member is, recognizing the issues of the flip-flops within the Conservative Party, can we acknowledge today that the Conservative Party will in fact stay in touch with Canadians and support this legislation?
It looks like other people want to try to answer. I would let them know that it's not their opportunity to do that. They may want to wait. The Honourable Member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the member. I think what's important to remember or to understand here, first of all, Canadians are speaking. They're speaking very loudly. They're tired of this government. They're tired of policies that damage their future, that impact their ability for their children to afford homes, for them, they themselves to afford homes. And as far as his suggestion, for example, that the Conservatives supported the carbon tax, he will not see one piece or one word out of my mouth ever that I supported the carbon tax, because I don't. I never will, because it doesn't work. End of story.
Commentaire, l'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière, question and comments. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm always really surprised to hear the Conservatives go on and on about the carbon tax during debates about inflation and serious studies. There seem to be conversations going on both sides.
Have conversations to please take it out in the lobby. That would be much more respectful. L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Yes, happy to start again, Madam Speaker. Thank you. As I was saying, I'm shocked and surprised to hear the Conservatives go on and on about the carbon tax day after day after day. Meanwhile, we know that the carbon tax has an insignificant effect on inflation. In fact, 0.1% inflation impact on inflation. But the Conservatives are always insisting about it. And not only that, but their leader said that the carbon tax will be the ballot box question, but we know that the carbon tax does not apply in Quebec. So the Conservative leader doesn't seem to have any understanding of what really goes on in Quebec. So what is the Conservatives' true motivation when they talk about the carbon tax? Are they trying to support their friends in big oil? And it's not very subtle if that's what they're doing. Are the Conservatives maybe lobbying and lobbyists for the big oil sector?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. And just a couple things. The Clean Fuel Standard, which applies in Quebec, is actually a carbon tax. So while you may not have a carbon tax as it's called, you do have a Clean Fuel Standard. That is a carbon tax. When I talk to my constituents, they want me as a Conservative, they want me as a representative of this House to ensure that they have an ability to move forward, to make a living. When I see farmers who have hundreds of thousands of dollars in carbon tax on their irrigation operations, on the grain drying, on the heating of their barns, and those sort of things, I absolutely, it affects their bottom lines, and the prices are fixed. It's about the Canadian well-being. If a carbon tax actually impacted positively the environment, it's worth something to look at. But it does not, it has not, it will not. It's a tax. It's only a tax, and it has no impact on improving our environment whatsoever.
Comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague from Alberta for his discussion today. He spoke a lot about housing, and obviously we would hope that we would be able to get through to the bill so that we could actually get some of these supports for people that are fighting for housing. But my concern is around how he would expect that Canadians could trust his leader on housing when really he's only come to this in the last 2 years. New Democrats have been calling for more action on housing for over 30 years. We know that the party executives are lobbyists for oil, for pharma, for real estate, for non-unionizing companies. You know, the leader has actually blamed municipalities and in fact has called people Canadians' homes shacks. How could we trust this leader on housing?
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner, a brief answer, please.
Can't trust Trudeau at all.
Well, I agree that the current leader of government is not to be trusted. Our Prime Minister is a sham, and he has done nothing but failures for our country. If you're looking at an act that would actually help Canadians with housing, then we need to look at the Conservative leader and the Conservative Party's plan on housing and not bureaucracy act that will actually make a difference for Canadians and get them in homes that are sustainable moving forward. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Good. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to participate in today's debate on Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. Our government understands that many Canadians are struggling to make ends meet in these times of high inflation. We're committed to continue to make targeted and responsible investments to build a stronger future for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, we all know the rising cost of groceries and the lack of affordable housing are affecting families across the country. I'm pleased to discuss some of the ways we are addressing these important issues through the measures outlined in Bill C-56. We know that far too many Canadians, including young people and Canadians, the dream of owning a home is becoming increasingly out.
So the honourable member, I'll just stop it here. The honourable parliamentary secretary for the government house leader has a point of order.
Yes, Madam Speaker, my apologies to my colleague, but I believe he was going to be sharing his time with the member from Avalon. At least I believe that to be the case.
I'm not sure that that's quite a point of order, but I do appreciate the honourable member mentioning it. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora. Generally, messages are sent to them, and they would try to acknowledge that then, but it is up to the members to remember if they want to share their time. The honourable member for Newmarket, Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention of my colleague. Now, where did I leave off? Madam Speaker, we know the rising cost of groceries and the lack of affordable housing is affecting families across the country. And I'm pleased to discuss some of the ways that we're addressing these important issues through the measures outlined in Bill C-56. We know that too many Canadians, including young people and new Canadians, the dream of owning a home is increasingly out of reach, and paying rent has become more expensive across the country. And the housing crisis has an impact on our economy. Without more homes in our communities, it's difficult for businesses to attract workers they need to grow and succeed. And when people spend more of their income on housing, it means that less money is being spent in our communities for necessities like groceries. Madam Speaker, Bill C-56 would enhance the goods and services rental rebate on new purpose-built rental housing to encourage the construction of more rental homes, including apartment buildings, student housing, and seniors residents across Canada. The enhanced rebate would apply to projects that begin construction after September 14th, 2023, and on or before December 31st, 2030. For a two-bedroom rental unit valued at $500,000, the enhanced GST rebate would deliver $25,000 in tax relief. And this is another tool to help create the necessary conditions to build the types of housing we need and that families want to live in. The measure also removes a restriction on the existing GST rules so that the public service bodies such as universities, public colleges, hospitals, charities, and qualifying non-for-profit organizations that build or purchase purpose-built rental housing are permitted to claim the GST rental rebate. The government is also calling on provinces to join us by matching our rebate for new rental housing. We're also requesting that local governments put an end to exclusionary zoning and encourage building apartments near public transit. Launched in March 2023, the Housing Accelerator Fund is a $4 billion initiative designed to help cities, towns, and Indigenous governments unlock new housing supply, about 100,000 units in total. And by speeding up development and approvals, like fixing out-of-date permitting systems, introducing zoning reforms to build more density, and incentivizing development to choose public transit. It represents one of the ways that we're encouraging initiatives aimed at increasing the housing supply. It also supports the development of complete, low-carbon, climate-resilient communities that are affordable, inclusive, equitable, and diverse. Every community across Canada needs to build more homes faster, so we need to reduce the cost of housing for everyone. Madam Speaker, we also need to stabilize the cost of groceries in Canada through the one-time grocery...
I'm sorry, I do have another point of order. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, I understand that the rules indicate that the member actually, if a member wants to split their time, they have to affirm that they would like to split their time. Is that not correct? They have to say it?
So I appreciate the honourable member, but again, as I've indicated, that points of order shouldn't be used to remind members to split their time. But the member is correct that the member does have to say that he wants to split his time. Okay, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do say that I will be splitting my time, and I thought that when I thanked the member for their intervention that I confirmed that. But for the record, yes, I do wish to split my time. Madam Speaker, we also need to stabilize the cost of groceries in Canada. And through the one-time grocery rebate in July, we delivered targeted inflation relief for 11 million low-cost and modest-income Canadians and families who need it the most, with up to an extra $467 for eligible couples with 2 children and an extra up to $234 for single Canadians without children, including single seniors. This support was welcomed by Canadians, but we knew we needed to do more to address the rising cost of groceries. Through Bill C-56, the government is introducing the first set of legislative amendments to the Competition Act. One is to provide the Competition Bureau with powers to compel the production of information to conduct effective and complete market studies. 2, remove the efficiencies defense, which includes allowing anti-competitive mergers to survive challenges if the corporate efficiencies offset the harm to competition, even when Canadian consumers would pay higher prices and have fewer choices. And 3, will empower the Bureau to take action through collaborations that stifle competition and consumer choice, in particular situations where large grocers prevent smaller grocers from establishing operations nearby. Madam Speaker, Bill C-56 builds on other measures that have been introduced to make life more affordable for Canadians. Delivering automatic advance payments for Canadian workers' benefits starting in July 2023. supporting up to 3.5 million families annually through the tax-free Canada Child Benefit, with families this year receiving up to $7,400 per child under the age of 6 and up to $6,200 per child aged 6 through 17. Increasing old age security benefits for seniors aged 75 and older by 10% as of July 2022, which is providing more than $800 of additional support for pensioners, and reducing the fees for regulated childcare by 50% on average, and delivering regulated childcare costs that have on average been just $10 a day by 2026. With 6 provinces and territories reducing childcare benefits to the cost of $10 a day or less by April 2nd, 2023, and strengthening the childcare system in Quebec with more childcare spaces. Madam Speaker, the new proposed housing grocery support that I outlined today will make it easier to build more homes for Canadians that they need and that they want to help thrive in. It will also help families with the growing cost of putting food on the table. The passage of Bill C-56 will help us to provide a brighter future for Canadians. We want to ensure that Canadians remain, and Canada is the best place in the world to live, to work, to go to school, and to raise a family. And making life more affordable is a key part of that. I urge my honorable members here today to conduct their review of this bill expeditiously and support its speedy passage so that we can conclude this important work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I thank my colleague for his speech. As usual, well, the Liberal members are boasting about their government's accomplishments. They talk about housing. But what about the GST credit? It's supposed to fix the housing crisis in Canada, but it's actually not a very significant measure. It won't do much in Quebec. A lot of measures in the fall economic statements will only take effect in 2025-26. We have 10,000 homeless people in Quebec. I've been all around Quebec, in Longueuil, in Saint-Jérôme, in Rimouski. People are living outdoors. And we asked for an emergency fund in the fall economic statement because winter is around the corner. It's going to be very cold. It's going to be very hard. And I expect people will die all over Quebec, people who are living outdoors along the rivers. And so I wanted there to be an emergency fund for homelessness in the fall economic statement, but there was nothing. There was nothing. And there are all sorts of measures in the economic statement which are going to take effect in 2025, 2026. But we need to build 150,000 units per year. We need to build these units. When is the Liberal government going to take action? When are they really going to get down to work and implement real measures? The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would save that debate for when the fall economic statement comes forward. But today we're discussing Bill C-56. And while I can't speak to the impact of the GST with respect to my colleague, I can say to you that in my community of Newmarket Aurora, there is one project that will provide us with 568 new units in our community that were ready to go, but the business model was not effective until the GST was implemented. And so in a community of 24,000 housing units, that number is quite significant. And so we can't take away from the fact that this is a progressive measure that is going to help many communities like Newmarket Aurora.
Questions and comments? The Honourable for Nunavut.
This bill is particularly important for Nunavut because it will address housing as well as affordability, two major issues in my riding. Just an example of current grocery prices, a 1 liter bottle of orange juice is $17. One case of bottled water is $28. So even programs like Nutrition North are not working. I wonder if the member can share with us how this act will actually help to reduce grocery prices in places like my riding. The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for raising the concerns of her riding. And frankly, my heart breaks to hear that type of inequities going on. I can say that our government is committed very much to prioritizing relief for the remote areas, and hopefully there will be further discussion on that when we get to the fall economic statement.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Simcoe Grey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for his speech today. And I know in his past life, like mine, he was a mayor. I know he's familiar with the county of Simcoe. I represent a portion there, and we have a huge disappointment by many of the politicians in the area with the government and the fact that there's two parts. Certainly the bureaucracy, the timelines to build, but I have places in my area, New Tecumseth, Collingwood, Clearview, that there's just no infrastructure monies available. It takes time. Does he not feel, and has he not heard before from his constituents, the dire need for this housing, and that perhaps it's the government that's been the one that's taking up the timelines? I have houses that are built that they have no water until 2028. People have purchased those houses. So would the member like to comment on those two parts, the bureaucracy, and there's a lot of announcements about funding, but it doesn't seem to hit any of the local municipalities?
From the honourable member of Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think it's important that we work closely with municipalities to move these projects forward. I heard an earlier reference today that these build homes, not bureaucracy legislation was going to move things along, but it reminds me of a phrase that my father used to say, and that was, the irony of the beatings will continue until morale improves. So the approach that the opposition is providing as far as improving relationships and making municipalities more efficient is dead wrong.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to discuss Motion 30 and the Affordable Housing and Grocery Act. It stands as a cornerstone of our commitment to building more homes faster and stabilising prices. Regrettably, the urgency and significance of this bill has been overshadowed by the repeated filibustering and delay tactics employed by the Conservative opposition, resulting in over 20 hours of debate across 5 days. It is evident that despite garnering support from within their own ranks, including commitments made by the Conservative member for Mission Maskey Fraser Canyon over a month ago to vote in favour of this bill, the opposition remains committed in their attempts to hinder the bill's progress. Bill C-56 is designed to address the challenges faced by Canadians, specifically in relation to the cost of groceries and the need for affordable housing options.
I interrupt. I believe the honourable member's phone might be on the desk, and it does cause problems for the interpreters. I do want to remind all members that when they're doing their speech, to make sure that their phone is not on their desk, because that would make it a lot easier, and it's a health and safety concern. The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Regarding housing affordability, the ability to own a home or secure reasonable rental accommodations has become increasingly unattainable for many, especially for young people and newcomers. Bill C-56 proposes substantive enhancements to the Goods and Services Tax, or the GST as we know it, rental rebate for newly constructed, purpose-built rental housing. This initiative serves as a catalyst for fostering the development of rental properties encompassing apartments, student residences, and homes for seniors. The proposed rebate system, offering significant tax relief, exemplifies our commitment to facilitating the creation of the much-needed housing inventory suitable for diverse family needs. We urge provinces and local governments to work in tandem with this bill on rebate initiatives and actively support housing developments situated in close proximity to public transit systems, enhancing accessibility and promoting sustainable communities. Concurrently, the government has taken concrete measures to mitigate the costs associated with groceries. The introduction of targeted inflation relief through the one-time grocery rebate in July represented a proactive step. Bill C-56 supplements these efforts by proposing legislative amendments to the Competition Act, augmenting the authority of the Competition Bureau to conduct comprehensive market studies. These amendments seek to eliminate the efficiencies defence for anti-competitive mergers and address collaborations that impede competition, specifically those disadvantaging smaller competitors in contrast to larger grocery entities. Madam Speaker, the significance of Bill C-56 extends beyond its immediate implications. It complements a suite of measures aimed at enhancing the quality of life for Canadians. Since the beginning of our government's commitment to delivering meaningful benefits to Canadians has remained unwavering. The 2023 Fall Economic Statement, delivered by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance earlier this week, is a testament to our dedication towards creating an inclusive and thriving economy that supports the middle class while striving to build more homes faster. This year's Fall Economic Statement serves as a blueprint to tackle the prevailing challenges of high prices and the impending mortgage renewals. Our government stands resolute in taking targeted measures to stabilise prices, support Canadians with mortgages and enhance affordability. The comprehensive plan outlined in this statement introduces substantial funding for housing initiatives, cracking down on illegal short-term rentals and making significant advancements in making housing more affordable across Canada. Continuing our legacy of delivering tangible benefits to Canadians, the economic statement reinforces our commitment to support Canadians. The government has taken proactive steps by introducing measures aimed at making groceries more affordable, cracking down on junk fees, and removing GST from psychotherapy and counselling services. These initiatives underscore our dedication to fostering an economy that offers equitable opportunities for all Canadians. Moreover, our economic plan is not merely a response to immediate challenges, but is also strategically positioned to propel Canada towards a cleaner and more sustainable future. Investments in Canada's clean economy, the introduction of the Canada Growth Fund, and advancements in the Indigenous Loan Guarantee Programme signify our unwavering commitment to fostering a robust economy that is sustainable and inclusive. The robustness of our economic plan is underscored by the federal government's unwavering commitment to make housing more affordable across Canada. Federal investments in housing have witnessed a substantial increase, surpassing previous benchmarks. This year, federal investment in housing is $9 billion higher than it was in 2013-2014. Since 2015, the average annual federal housing investment has more than doubled compared to the previous government. The comprehensive strategy outlined in our economic plan allocates billions in new loan funding to support the creation of more than 30,000 additional new homes and dedicates a substantial portion to affordable housing projects, all aimed at enhancing the accessibility and affordability of housing options for Canadians. Our government's responsible economic stewardship has yielded commendable results, reflecting in the employment of over 1 million more Canadians compared to pre-pandemic levels. Canada's unemployment rate has remained consistently lower than previous records, while inflation rates are on a downward trajectory. Moreover, our commitment to fiscal responsibility is reflected in maintaining the lowest deficit and the net debt to GDP ratios among G7 nations. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, Bill C-56 is a testament to our government's unwavering commitment to addressing the critical issues faced by Canadians today. It symbolises our dedication to fostering an inclusive and prosperous Canada for all. As members of Parliament, it is our collective responsibility to prioritise the well-being of Canadians, ensuring equitable access to housing and essential goods. I would encourage all members to support the measures included in Bill C-56. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to advocate for the passage of this crucial legislation.
The Honourable Member Coastal Bay Central Notre Dame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while this Liberal NDP coalition virtue signals about Conservative lack of support for their so-called free trade bill with Ukraine, which aims to just quadruple carbon tax to those people, just like it's doing here in Canada, and increase their suffering, this Liberal government has failed in their promise to Newfoundlanders and Labradorians to lobby Japan and South Korea to stop the importation of Russian crab, while, since they've made the promise, the exports to South Asia of Russian seafood have increased by 63% in the last half of the year. So I wonder, does the member for Avalon, how he feels about the Prime Minister, Minister of Trade, and the Minister of Global Affairs' broken promise to the people of his riding, to the people of my riding, and to all the ridings in Newfoundland and Labrador, to hammer those countries to stop them from supporting the Russian war effort and let Newfoundland and Labrador fishermen keep their homes and their enterprise.
The honourable member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member opposite from Newfoundland as well as an MP, and I know he fights hard for the fishery. It's very important to our province. I believe that the Minister responsible for trade is doing everything she can to make sure more markets are opened and established. It's no different than the bill we voted on this week with the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. The Conservative Party hangs its hat on being the party in favour of trade, and apparently they all stood up and voted against it. They didn't want to trade with Ukraine for some reason. So again, it's a bit rich coming from a member on the other side to talk about what we're doing about trade initiatives across the world.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. Once again, we got a bit of an ad from the Liberals about housing. It's unfortunate because it really seems like the government isn't really facing this crisis head on. They talk about the money that's going to roll out by 2030. They're talking about 9 million housing units being built. So that's a huge amount of work. So they've announced in the economic statement a certain amount of money to roll out in 2025, 26, but it's not going to happen now. We're not going to get out of the crisis by waiting a few years. There's a need for a lot of housing in Quebec alone, and if not, we're looking at a serious humanitarian crisis in Quebec and Canada. It needs to be dealt with seriously. I'd like to hear what my colleague has to say about that.
Speaker, and I want to thank the member opposite for the question. Nobody is going to build houses overnight. It takes time. But I've spoken to developers in my area in Newfoundland and Labrador, and they're anxious about this bill to get passed so they can take advantage of the incentives that are there to build affordable rental units and affordable housing, both for seniors, low income, families, the whole gambit. So I'm looking forward to this movement. Will it get done in a year or 6 months to be completed? No, it won't. This is a long-term initiative that we want to make sure gets rolled out the right way, gets done the right way, and delivers the right results.
Questions and comments? A brief question. The honourable member for Port Moody-Coquitlam.
And I thank the member for the speech, and also the member did talk about the fact that there's more funding this year than there was last year, and that this government and previous governments did not invest in housing. So we know that housing is a human right. I very much appreciate the questions today from my colleague, the bloc in front of me, talking about the urgency of this crisis. So my question is, why has it taken the government this long to actually get serious about investing in affordable housing?
A brief answer from the member for Avalon.
I can't answer why it took so long. I don't sit around the cabinet table for those discussions on what policies come forward and what don't. But I am delighted, and I know the people in my riding are delighted, to know that we are actually moving this envelope forward and going to make more houses available, more rental units, and more people living in homes that they deserve. It should be a right, not an actual option. It should be a right for people to have homes.
Great answer.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to inform you that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Saskatoon West. I rise today to address Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act. This debate is crucial as it concerns not only the legislative process, but also the fundamental issues of housing affordability and market competition that affects Canadians nationwide. This bill, introduced by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance, demands our careful consideration and thorough analysis to ensure it meets the needs of the people we represent. Madam Speaker, in discussing Bill C-56, It is imperative to address the manner in which is being ushered through the House, specifically through Motion 30. This motion is procedural maneuver by the government, significantly limits the time allocated for thorough debate and consideration of this substantial piece of legislation. By limiting parliamentary discussion and expediting the bill's passage, Motion 30 undermines the democratic process that is fundamental to our legislative system. Such a hastened approach is particularly concerning given the bill's wide-ranging implications on housing affordability and market competition. These are complex issues that warrant detailed scrutiny and thoughtful debate, ensuring that every aspect of the bill is examined for its potential impact on Canadian society. The use of Motion 30 is, in its context, suggests a preference from the Liberal government in achieving catchy headlines on affordability instead of democratic thoroughness, a stance that risks overlooking critical nuances and the potential shortcomings of the bill. As representatives of the Canadian people, it is our duty to ensure that legislation like Bill C-56 receives the comprehensive attention it deserves. Madam Speaker, turning our focus to the housing affordability aspect of Bill C-56, it's essential to analyze its proposed measures and compare them with the initiatives outlined in our Conservative leaders' Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act. While Bill C-56 suggests removing GST on new proposed built rental housing, this approach is merely a fragment of what is needed to genuinely address Canada's housing crisis. Our Conservative vision, as set forth in the Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act, offers a more comprehensive and robust plan. It aims not only to reduce the financial burden on housing construction, but also to tackle the systemic barriers that hinder the development of affordable housing. This includes removing the gatekeepers who delay the building of homes and all the other red tape and bureaucratic hurdles that are adding to the housing crisis, aspects which are notably absent in the government's current proposal. Our plan mandates significant yearly increases in housing construction, ensuring a steady growth in supply, and proposes punitive measures for cities that fail to meet these targets. This strategy recognizes that the housing crisis is not just a matter of fiscal policy, but also requires structural changes in the way housing projects are approved and developed. Moreover, our proposal goes beyond the mere construction of housing. It includes incentives for municipalities that exceed their housing targets, promoting not only the quality but also the quantity of expedience of housing developments. In contrast, Bill C-56's singular focus on GST removal without addressing the broader regulatory and procedural challenges demonstrates a lack of understanding of the complex nature of the housing crisis. Our approach also recognizes the importance of building communities, not just houses. By tying transit and infrastructure funding to the construction of high-density housing around transit stations, we ensure that new housing developments contribute to the creation of sustainable, well-connected urban environments. This is crucial for improving the overall quality of life for residents and fostering community development. Madam Speaker, while Bill C-56 makes an attempt to address housing affordability, it falls short in offering a holistic solution. The Conservative Party's Building Homes, Not Bureaucracy Act, in contrast, presents a detailed, actionable plan that addresses the root causes of the housing crisis and proposes viable, long-term solutions. It is a plan that not only addresses the immediate need for more affordable housing, but also lays the groundwork for sustainable urban development and community growth. Madam Speaker, addressing the amendments to the Competition Act within Bill C-56, it's crucial to recognize their inadequacy in effectively tackling the real issues plaguing our market competition. The proposed measures, through seemingly progressive fail to address the root causes of the problems they aim to solve. The government's approach to amending the Competition Act, as stipulated in Bill C-56, primarily focuses on empowering the Competition Bureau with greater investigative powers and addressing collaborations that limit competition. However, this approach overlooks the broader, more systemic issues within our market structures. For instance, the highly concentrated nature of certain sectors, such as grocery industry, remains unaddressed. This concentration is a critical factor contributing to the lack of competition and the resulting high prices that Canadian consumers are forced to endure. Moreover, the bill's omission of the Efficiencies Defence repeal is a significant shortcoming. The Efficiencies Defence, which allows certain anti-competitive mergers under specific conditions, has been a point of contention, undermining fair market competition and consumer interests. The Conservative Party has long advocated for the repeal of this defence, recognizing its role in facilitating monopolistic practices. By neglecting to address this defence, Bill C-56 misses an opportunity to make substantial, meaningful reforms to our competition laws. Additionally, the amendments proposed in Bill C-56 lack clarity regarding the specific entities they cover and the concrete standards for service. This vagueness creates uncertainty about the legislature's effectiveness in tackling market challenges. Effective competition law reform requires precise, targeted measures that directly address the issues at hand. Generalized amendments without clear direction or focus risk being ineffective in bringing about the necessary change. Madam Speaker, while the amendments to the Competition Act in Bill C-56 represent a step towards addressing market competition issues, they fall short of offering comprehensive solutions. The Conservative Party's stance on this matter is clear. We need more than just surface-level changes. We need a thorough overhaul of the competition laws, one that addresses the deep-rooted issues within our market systems and ensure a fair competitive environment for all Canadians. Madam Speaker, it's important to emphasize that while Bill C-56 makes an attempt to address housing affordability and market competition, it falls short of comprehensive, proactive strategy that Canadians desperately need in these challenging times. As Conservatives, we are unwavering in our commitment to implement solutions that tackle the fundamental issues affecting our nation's housing supply and the integrity of our market systems. The Conservative leaders' Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act offers a roadmap for real, tangible change. In stark contrast to the limited scope of Bill C-56, our approach is about addressing the root causes for these crucial issues with long-term perspective. We believe in creating legislation that not only meets the immediate needs of Canadians, but also sets the stage for substantial growth and prosperity for future generations. Conservatives call upon the government to look beyond short-term fixes and consider more holistic, impactful measures. It's time to move away from reactive legislation and move towards forward-thinking policies that genuinely reflect the challenges of Canadians. We must acknowledge these challenges and address them rather than pursuing legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think it's important when the member makes reference to more of a holistic approach at dealing with the issue of housing, and we'll use that as an example. I've said in the past that no government in the history of Canada, at least in the last 50, 60 years, has actually invested more in housing than this current government. You can talk about the National Housing Strategy of billions of dollars. You can talk talk about a litany of different types of programs to encourage the development of housing, working with provinces. You can go to yesterday's fall economic statement, where we're seeing an expansion being proposed under the housing co-ops for alternative forms of housing. And I'm wondering if the member would not recognize this legislation is just one aspect of it, and does he not support the holistic approach that the government is actually proposing?
Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to the honourable member. I really appreciate him talking about the failures of this government, and he is correct. They have spent the most amount of money on housing to get the least amount of returns. So good on you that the Liberal government is doing such a horrible job and admitting it to the House. Thank you very much for that.
Remind the honourable member that he's to address all questions and comments through the chair. His comments through the chair and not directly to the members. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. There was a part of my colleague's speech that I liked. He said that the housing crisis is complex, and he's right. We need to recognize reality. Millions of units of housing represents billions of dollars in investment. I'm not sure we can get there, but there is something we could do something about. That's the financialization of housing. That's very important. The growing share of rental housing, which is owned by large multinational private businesses. In Montreal, less than 1% of owners actually possess 32% of rental stock. And so they don't care at all about people's right to housing. They just want to make money. They buy dozens or hundreds of units. They do renovations. They do renovictions. They raise prices, and they're having a huge impact on prices. We need to do something about this. Could my colleague propose measures today to do something about this?
Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. I think that's what we've always talked about, is making sure that we have affordable housing. There's a big difference between having housing at a high price versus actually affordable housing. The majority of Canadians do not have triple-digit figures when it comes to their salary, or six-digit figures. We have way too many Canadians that are in lower incomes, and we need to do exactly what he's recommending, building affordable housing for all Canadians, and that is something that the Conservative plan will definitely address.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Nunavut.
I'm glad that the member was talking about prosperity. In my riding, retail grocery stores that are outside of my riding are allowed to prosper by being subsidized by the Nutrition North program. And I think that this bill is particularly important so that we could ensure that Nutrition North becomes a social program that does not currently, that would change that system so that it's not subsidizing for corporate profit grocery stores, so that my constituents can also prosper. Does the member agree that the Nutrition North program needs to tax better the rich grocery stores and turn it into a social program so that my constituents can also prosper?
The honourable member for Yellowhead has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and through you to the honourable member. I really don't think that we need more social programs. What I really think we need to start doing, especially for the North, is starting a program where they can grow their own food in the North through either greenhouses, making sure that they can produce top quality food and do it on their own terms and what kind of foods they want to produce, not being brought in from different levels of government or different corporations. That's where we need to start looking at, is more self-sufficiency in the North, as opposed to reliance from government.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Saskatoon West.
Tuesday is a day where if you thought there was something wrong in this country, you would have more evidence that you were right. If you sense the system and those in charge, the high and mighties, thought to be smarter than the rest of us, have let us down big time and without apology, you would be right again. If you feel a general sense of unease, dissatisfaction, your gut telling you there should be a shake-up, you would be far from alone. Madam Speaker, I just quoted a passage from Rick Bell's column in the Edmonton Sun paper yesterday. Mr. Bell was commenting on Tuesday's fall economic statement by the Finance Minister, a speech she delivered that ties directly into the legislation we are discussing today, Bill C-56. For my friends back in Saskatoon West, I want you to hear what else Mr. Bell had to say. Sunny ways have turned into darkening storm clouds. If this was supposed to be a Hail Mary pass in the direction of the Prime Minister's political redemption, the pass was incomplete, underthrown, and hopelessly off target. The high cost of living, groceries, mortgages, rents, the price of so many things, up. Federal government spending, up. The ever-increasing carbon tax, up. And Madam Speaker, it's true. After 8 years of this costly NDP Liberal coalition, Canadians are facing the worst affordable crises in decades. Spending on the bureaucracy in Ottawa is out of control. The money supply has been severely increased to the detriment of consumers and wage earners. The Bank of Canada is strangling our economy with massive interest rate hikes. And the NDP Liberals, they keep turning the screws to Canadians with every increase of the carbon tax and the introduction of a second carbon tax. This has led to massive inflation, grocery bills that families cannot afford, and simply the fact that everything and everybody is spending more money. And except the uber rich, they're the only ones who will be able to afford a house in the future. And this needs to change. But don't worry, the NDP Liberals tell us. They have this legislation, Bill C-56, which we are supposedly debating today. Yes, you heard me right, supposedly. Because what we are actually debating today in this chamber is not Bill C-56, but actually an NDP Liberal programming motion. So, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that the folks back in Saskatoon watching this understand that while I want to be debating this legislation on its merits, the NDP Liberal government is actually forcing us to debate what we colloquially refer to as a programming motion. Motion 30 is almost 900 words long, and it would take me half of my time here if I was to recite the whole thing. But here's the highlights. 1, limiting the amount of debate MPs are allowed on this bill, C-56. 2, limits the amount of time the Finance Committee has to hear from witnesses on this legislation. 3, it limits the amount of time and the capacity to make and then debate amendments to clauses in this legislation. 4, it instructs the committee to accept amendments beyond the scope of this bill, which, under our regular procedures, would be out of order. And 5th, it limits the amount of time of debate for C-56 for report stage amendments and third reading one day when it returns back to the House. Now, this may sound complicated, but it's not. Each of these overrides long-standing rules and procedures of this chamber that guarantee the rights of members of Parliament to represent their electors and to speak to legislation. In what is supposed to be by design, a lengthy process of debate and cautious and thoughtful examination by MPs, this motion cuts the committee process down to 3 days and the remaining time in this House between second and third reading to a day and a half. Now, I know that defenders of the NDP Liberals in the mainstream media will scream from the rooftops that we are approaching Christmas and C-56 was introduced in September and so Conservatives should just let it roll through. Well, is it really the job of Conservative MPs to roll over for a government that has so badly mismanaged their work calendar that they're in a panic to take their Christmas holidays? Does the average Canadian get the ability to ram their work through without any scrutiny just because Christmas is approaching? Or does it wait there until they come back for their 2 or 3 days off? Well, of course, our Prime Minister doesn't know how regular people live. The National Post reported earlier this week that since he became Prime Minister in 2015, he's taken 1/4 of his days off. Wouldn't it be nice if every Canadian could get 1/4 of their days off? That is the ridiculous nature of this programming motion. The NDP Liberals are so inefficient and hopeless at getting anything done in this House that when faced with the upcoming Christmas break, they panic and go into extreme measures to get anything done. Now let me get into the legislation. Does this legislation work? Will it actually solve anything? The stated purpose of this legislation is to eliminate GST on rental bills and make changes to the competition laws that govern retail stores like grocers. It's meant to be a solution to Canadians who are stretched to their limits. But does it actually solve these problems? The answer is no. And that's not my answer. That is the answer that the Minister of Finance stated in her own fall fiscal update just 2 days ago in this chamber. I quote, "The apartments that renters need are not getting built fast enough, in part because the builders who would like to build more currently don't have access to enough of the financing needed to make rental projects financially viable." Well, whose fault is that builders don't have access to the capital and the financing that they need? It's the current government who have put in place economic conditions so dire that the Bank of Canada has increased interest rates to their highest level in 40 years. The central bank, in direct response to government actions, is cutting off the lifeblood of our economy, the ability to borrow and finance the building and buying of new homes. John Ivison in the National Post succinctly put it this way: the Finance Minister's fall economic statement was bulging with statements that, if not outright whoppers, were certainly distortions. Growth is expected to be muted. Unemployment is forecast to rise to 6.5% by the middle of next year, up from 5.7% now. Conservatives agree with these damning indictments of the government's economic policy, the Fall Economic Statement, and its failure to get housing built. It's a pattern of failure that this costly coalition repeats over and over again. The costly coalition claims that this legislation is the solution Canadians are looking for. Madam Speaker, remember this time last year, the NDP Liberals were singing the praises of their one-time GST rebate, which nobody even remembers right now. And then earlier this spring, the Liberals cooked up another scheme with the NDP, a one-time rent rebate to low-income wage earners, which nobody remembers now. Now they think this latest idea will take a bite out of inflation. Didn't they say that of their toothless dental program last year? Another failure. That's because all of these ideas are temporary and don't get to the root of the problem. Instead, these Liberals are always scheming to stay in power, never delivering tangible, real results for Canadians. Failure after failure. So why this overwhelming record of failure? Well, it's because this current government, the underlying landscape is set to fail. No wonder, Madam Speaker, we only need to look back at what the Finance Minister passed off a couple of days ago as an update to the government's budgetary policy, the costly coalition's Fall Economic Plan. With these $20 billion of costly new spending, this mini-budget can be summed up very simply. Prices up, rent up, debt up, taxes up, time is up. The Finance Minister announced more than $20 billion in new inflationary spending that will keep inflation and interest rates higher than Canadians can afford. It's an NDP Liberal mini-budget that proposes to increase taxes on the backs of middle-class people. It's an NDP Liberal mini-budget that will spend more money servicing the debt than on health care. Their signature policy in this mini-budget was to pour $15 billion into a fund building barely 1,500 homes a year, while we need 5.8 million homes built by 2030. Madam Speaker, remember when the Finance Minister told Canadians that the budget would be balanced by the year 2028? Since then, the costly coalition of NDP Liberals have announced $100 billion of additional debt. After 8 years, it's clearer than ever that this costly coalition is not worth the cost, and this mini-budget does nothing to help everyday Canadians. The only way to undo the damage the Liberals have done is by reversing course and doing the opposite. The common-sense Conservative plan will axe the tax, balance the budget, and build homes and not bureaucracy to bring home lower prices for Canadians. Despite warning from the Bank of Canada and the Canadian financial sector that government spending is contributing to high inflation, the Prime Minister ignored their calls for moderation and yet again decided to spend on the backs of Canadians, keeping inflation and interest rates high. These interest rates risk a mortgage meltdown on the $900 billion of mortgages that will renew in the next 3 years. High inflation means the government is getting richer while Canadians are getting poorer. Under this costly NDP Liberal coalition, these are the facts. A record 2 million food bank visits in a single month. Housing costs have doubled. Mortgage payments are 150% higher than they were before these Liberals took power. Canadians renewing their mortgages at today's rates will see an increase from 2% to 6% or even higher. The International Monetary Fund warns that Canada is most at risk in the G7 for a mortgage default crisis. Over 50% of Canadians are $200 or less away from going broke. Business insolvencies have increased by 37% this year. Tent cities exist in every major city, including in Fairhaven, in my community of Saskatoon. Violent crime, up 39%, and drugs are everywhere. Instead of listening to common-sense Conservative proposals to reverse this damage, the NDP Liberal government has introduced more half measures and photo-op funds that will do nothing to solve the problems that Canadians have. It's time for common sense to return to the Canadian government decision-making process. It's time for Canadians to say enough is enough to this costly coalition. It's time for a Conservative government. Let's bring it home.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm sure you must find it interesting also when you have Conservative members stand up and they talk about how it is that the government is not allocating enough time. It wasn't that long ago when shortly after the Conservatives were trying to adjourn the House and filibuster debate. In fact, they bring in concurrence motions, and one of those concurrence motions, I said, you know, the Conservatives like to waste time. They're filibustering. They're preventing debate from occurring, and there will be a time in the future where they're going to stand up and they're going to be criticizing the government for bringing in time allocation. But if we don't bring in time allocation, we can never get anything passed. And that's what we just finished demonstrating at the beginning of the member's speech. He's criticizing the government because the government's not allowing enough time for debate. Yet the Conservative Party continues to filibuster and be very destructive force here on the floor of the chamber. As I say, I suspect it has a lot to do with the extreme right of the Conservative Party today to try to be disruptive inside the chamber. Maybe the member can explain why it is the Conservatives continue to do things like, let's say, adjourn debates and bring in concurrence motions in order to prevent debate from occurring inside the chamber.
I do want to remind members that I'm sure that their honourable colleague is very well able to answer those questions. The honourable member Saskatoon West.
Well, the one member in this House that has spoken more than anybody, and I guess you could call that filibustering, is the member who just spoke. He loves to speak all the time. And, you know, Conservatives have a job to do in this House. Our job is to defend the Canadians that we represent. Our job is to prevent foolish policies from being implemented by this government, and so we do our jobs. And I'm sorry that the member opposite is admitting, I guess, that he isn't very good at his job, being the Secretary of the House Leader, and that we can do a better job of it. But that's our job here, is to hold the government to account and to do everything we can to make sure that good laws and good legislation are passed by this House.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de...
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Saint-Hubert. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's always important to talk about housing. Now, earlier I asked a question of a Conservative colleague about the financialization of housing, and there are people buying up housing in Canada, and it's a major issue because for one affordable housing we build in Canada, we lose 10 on the private market because bigger people buy them all up. Now, for the fall economic statement, we hoped that there would be more housing. We need an acquisition fund. Many stakeholders wanted an acquisition fund so that we can take affordable housing out of the private market so that we can make affordability last forever. There are still a few $800, $850 a month units, and so we need to get those out of the private market. Does the colleague agree?
For Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm very hesitant to say that the solution to the housing problem is to get the government more involved and have the government owning and producing houses. This government especially has proven that they are unable to get that done. I was a home builder before I became a member of Parliament. I think I probably built more houses than this government's ever built. The fact is we can't rely on governments, especially this NDP Liberal government, to have any hope of building more houses. We have to engage all different parties, and I think the more the government gets out of the way, the better it's going to be for our future in housing and the economy in general.
We have time for a brief question. The honourable member Provencher.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for that excellent speech. And we're supposed to actually be discussing the Competition Act here this morning, and we're discussing the delay tactics of the Liberals. But some have said that the reason we have high grocery prices is the lack of competition in the grocery industry. Can the member think of any other reasons why there is high grocery prices that he'd like to tell the House about?
The honourable member for Saskatoon West has just a little over a minute to respond.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians are suffering, certainly, from high prices. And at the root cause of almost everything is the carbon tax. The carbon tax adds cost, first of all, to the growers who grow and produce food. Then it's added to the companies that have to truck that food to the places that process that food. They also pay carbon tax. There's more trucking carbon tax. Then there is the grocers themselves that pay carbon tax on their facilities and everything else. There's carbon tax throughout the system, and we're not talking a little bit. We're talking tens of thousands, in some cases hundreds of thousands of dollars for a farmer, for example. Those costs have to go somewhere, and they don't get those costs back. Those costs end up in the price of food that Canadians have to buy every single day, and it's one of the big drivers in why things are getting more expensive, whether you're talking about bread or meat or whatever it might be. And so for that reason, we've got 2 million people a month going to food banks in our country. And we have people that I talk to at the doors that tell me that they can't afford to buy meat anymore, and they're feeding their children cereal. This has to stop. We have to get rid of this terrible, destructive carbon tax. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Here, here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It is always a pleasure to rise in this House of Commons to speak on behalf of the wonderful constituents of Calgary Midnapore. Before I get too far into my speech, Madam Speaker, I would like to indicate I will be splitting my time with the member, a fellow Albertan, the member for St. Albert, Edmonton. Madam Speaker, I'm going to tell you something that you know, that your constituents know, that my constituents know, and that all of Canada knows, and that is that Canada is in an economic crisis. Without question, Canada is in an economic crisis. We see record inflation rates, and we've certainly seen this across all consumer products, most specifically food, where we saw a 40% hike in food across Canada, something that, of course, all Canadians need, all families rely upon to put food on their table, a 40% inflationary increase in food, as well as clothing, home heating, all of these things. We have seen horrific interest rates as a result of this government's spending. They're out of control spending, and at every single opportunity that they have, they throw more fuel on the inflationary fire, as we saw this week with the fall economic statement. Anyone who is currently trying to renew their mortgage, as was brilliantly pointed out by my leader, the member for Carleton, is now in a crisis as they attempt to get the best rate possible, as they attempt to hold on to their homes, since mortgage rates have doubled and rental rates have doubled, Madam Speaker. We, of course, are in a housing crisis with this government having the failed Housing Accelerator Plan, building, I believe at the last count, like 15 homes in the last fiscal year, like an absolutely shameful number, very shameful. And so what do they do, Madam Speaker? They bring forward this bill, C-56. You have hope when you hear that there is a fiscal bill on the horizon. You hope that somehow they will get the message. They will do something sweeping for Canadians, something that will move the dial, something that will make even a small change in the life of Canadians. And what do they do in this bill, Madam Speaker? They put forward a bill with, wait for it, two measures. Inflation, interest, housing crisis. And they put forward a bill with two small measures. And so the theme here, Madam Speaker, is the same as it always is. This government could be doing so much more to help Canadians. But they consistently do the minimum. They consistently make the choices that harm Canadians, Madam Speaker. And this bill is another example of that, where they did the tiniest thing possible in the face of economic crisis across this country. They did two things. Madam Speaker, I'm sure you're aware, as of most recently, the deficit this year was at $46.5 billion, where the president of the Treasury Board and the finance minister themselves were off by over $6 billion. Certainly, $6 billion is just an absolute incredible amount, but this shows you the lack of respect that they have for the Canadian taxpayer and the money of Canadian taxpayers, Canadians who work so hard to bring home this money, and they can't even get it right in a single year, where they're off by $6 billion. And in fact, the deficit will be going up an average of $4 billion a year through fiscal year 2028, 2029. And this is the year, Madam Speaker, to put this into context, that my son, who's now 12, is going to graduate from high school, that he can hope to see some, at least, of possibility that this government might balance the budget, might get out of deficit, is 2028. But this government is simply, as we've seen, is incapable of that by putting forward Bill C-56 with two small measures. Madam Speaker, recently, the Parliamentary Budget Officer was at the Government Operations Committee, and he's actually returning today to discuss the supplementary estimates. I'm sure he will give us lots of good information. last time he came to the Government Operations Committee, Madam Speaker, he didn't have very positive things to say about this government and their fiscal management in this time of economic crisis. I asked the Parliamentary Budget Officer if the government reduced spending, would they have to rely less on nominal GDP, another area that is suffering, the productivity of Canada. So in addition to having a spending problem, this government has a productivity problem. As my leader said, Canadians just want to work. They just want to get to work. But he did say, if I was asking if the government could spend if they spent less, if they could reduce taxation, he said the answer was yes. Not surprising, Madam Speaker, as we see this government's obsession with taxation, including the carbon tax, which has now quadrupled. And they will go to any extent, Madam Speaker, as we have seen, in an effort to support this carbon tax, which we saw by the Minister of Rural Economic Development, who admitted that if other Canadians had just supported the governing party, then they too might get this carve-out and get this exemption from the carbon tax. And this is the way that this government operates, Madam Speaker, is they can't manage their finances, they can't increase productivity for Canadians, and just the level of corruption, Madam Speaker, that we are seeing, as is evidenced by the comment from the Minister of Rural Economic Development there. So as I said, Madam Speaker, this government could be doing so much more. Madam Speaker, on October 15th, the President of the Treasury Board, my counterpart, said she was going to find $15 billion, $15 billion, a tiny little drip in the bucket, by October 2nd. You know, $15 billion, as we've seen, isn't even a quarter of the deficit currently. But October 2nd came, October 2nd went, and what was announced? Nothing. Oh, wait a minute, one thing. $1 billion removed from our defense budget at a time where we have significant instability in the world, with the war on Ukraine, with what we are seeing currently in the Middle East, and of course with Taiwan continuously under threat from the aggressor China. So even she was not able to keep her promise of finding $15 billion, a tiny drop in the bucket, Madam Speaker, by her imposed date of October 2nd. So if the deficit is going up an average of $4 billion a year, that doesn't even negate the increase in the deficit. And as I said, the President of the Treasury Board didn't even meet her own target. So as I said, Madam Speaker, and I'll say it again, this government with C-56 had the opportunity to be doing something significant for Canadians, and they chose not to, and they could be doing so much more. As I said, Madam Speaker, we will have the Parliamentary Budgetary Officer in Government Operations Committee today, where I should ask, the government is coming to seek approval of another $20.7 billion of spending, Madam Speaker, in the supplementary estimates. Just more than a significant amount, a horrific account. And guess what they have spent a huge sum of money on, not surprisingly, unfortunately, consultants and consulting services. Myself and my Conservative colleagues, we tried to raise the alarm last year with McKinsey, not only the amount being spent on consultants, but how, in fact, this government does not take their instructions from their constituents, as we do on this side of the House, but they do from their Liberal insider friends, Madam Speaker. So we've seen this as well. But as I said, the spending on professional and special services continues to increase, and in fact, it will be a record $21.6 billion, Madam Speaker, in this fiscal year, in addition to this significant deficit that I have mentioned. And again, it will probably only increase based upon the spending requests from the supplementary estimates. And then, of course, Madam Speaker, so we have failure with over the last years, after 8 years of this Liberal NDP government, failure with the supplementary estimates, and then we're looking for hope in the fall economic statement. Is it there? No. No, it's not. More disappointment, Madam Speaker, as we see another $20 billion of fuel on the inflationary fire. Madam Speaker, we have seen this time and time again. This government has a spending problem. They have a productivity growth problem. They have no leadership in Canada or in this world. With C-56, I conclude, Madam Speaker, they could be doing so much more, but again, they chose to do nothing. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, Madam Speaker, speaking of problems, the Conservative Party has a problem with truth. And, you know, you listen to what the member is saying and you'd wonder, what the heck is she talking about? Because that's about the fall economic statement from yesterday. Today's legislation is substantial legislation that is going to support Canadians from coast to coast to coast. It is substantial. It ensures that they're going to see thousands and thousands and thousands of new rental purpose-built homes constructed. It's going to ensure a fairer sense of competition, Madam Speaker, by ensuring that there's going to be more choice into the future. These are the type of substantive measures that the Government of Canada is taking in order to support Canadians. Yet we get the Conservative Party in that reckless fashion, going all over the place, listening to the far right, Madam Speaker, and not listening to what Canadians have to say. My question to the member is, when is the Conservative Party, in particular the leadership of the Conservative Party, going to get out of the right wing and start listening to what Canadians are saying coast to coast to coast? Let's get behind and support this legislation. Will she vote for the legislation, yes or no?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
You know, Madam Speaker, what I really don't appreciate in this House is being lumped into a group. This is absolutely an effort to scapegoat, to divert from their horrific record, which is in every single area of society, every single area of the economy. I don't appreciate that at all. We are here today talking about these two little pieces which are supposed to help housing. We know that the Housing Accelerator Fund has been a complete failure. As my leader said yesterday, 1 year, okay, we'll give you that. 2 years even, 3 years even, 8 years, and housing is a failure. These two little pieces aren't going to help Canadians. And again, I don't appreciate them diverting with name-calling at a time where Canadians are facing the greatest economic crisis we've had in decades, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member of North Island, Powell River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for doing the important work in the House of sharing opinions, which I think is important. I just read a report from Oxfam just the other day that talked about the fact that the top 1% earners across the planet are sending out as much emissions as the lowest 66%. So obviously, if we don't actually have things in place to support people, we see that they are really not getting the benefit. And I really appreciate this bill because it talks about getting resources to people who desperately need it right now. Not as far as I would go. I have a lot of other ideas that I would love to see, and we've mentioned them in the House. I'm just wondering if this member could talk about why a windfall tax is so important, because we know there are businesses that are making a huge amount of profit while so many are suffering. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you very much to my colleague from North Powell Island River for this question. And, I think there's an important point here. We both agree that this government has failed on the environment. Everyone in this House knows they have not met a single target to which they ascribe. But on our side of the House, Madam Speaker, we believe that we can have a plan for the environment as well as have industry functioning. We can fire on all cylinders because, as I've said, they failed on both spending as well as productivity in Canada, whereas the member, unfortunately, given her hand-in-hand work with her coalition partner, the Liberal government, she believes that we need more taxation, and that's just not our position on this side of this House, Madam Speaker.
For a brief question, the Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton.
for an excellent speech. She talked about housing and she mentioned the Accelerator Fund. I wondered if she was aware that that fund has been closed since August 18th of this year, and so there's no further money coming forward and no further money announced until 2025-26.
Brief answer from the honourable member for Calgary-Midnapore.
Yeah, and this is what we have seen again time and time, Madam Speaker, and actually my colleague from Sarnia-Lambton knows well, since she is the only member of Parliament to have gotten 2 private members' bills through the House to Royal Ascension, one of them which was the palliative care bill. So my point is, she, as well as myself, as well as everyone in this House, sees bill after bill with structures, ideas, ideologies, but they never deliver any results. They never put any meat on the bones, Madam Speaker. I'm sick of it. We're sick of it. Canadians are sick of it, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much.
And so that brings us to statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. 24 hours ago, we gathered in this place. Some of us worry.
Order. I'm going to get the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands to start again. I want to remind members that the House is in session. I would ask those who are entering to please keep the level down. Those who want to have conversations to please take it out in the lobby. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was only 24 hours ago that we gathered in this place, shaken by news that sounded like it might have been about terrorism, an explosion on the bridge. We were worried. The Prime Minister told us it was time to ask questions to find out what had happened. But the word terrorism was in the air, and some sought to achieve partisan advantage by jumping on the word and trying to achieve goals for their Republican presidential nomination.
Sorry.
Mr. Ramaswamy.
Order. I want to remind members that this is statements by members, and there's no opportunity for questions and comments during this, and I would ask them to please give the respect to the person who has the floor. They may not be in agreement to what is happening or what is being said, but again, there is no time for questions and comments. Once again, I'm going to get the honourable member to start over her question. Her statement.
It was only 24 hours ago exactly that we gathered here, coming into this chamber, shaken by the news we were hearing on television and on the radio that there had been an explosion on the Peace Bridge, the Rainbow Bridge, and there was words and accusations of terrorism in the air. We didn't know much. But as we gathered here, I was grateful the Prime Minister told us he was seeking answers, that authorities were trying to find out what had happened. But in those moments when terrorism was a rumor, some chose to seek partisan advantage by jumping on those words. I refer, of course, to the presidential nomination candidate in the United States for the Republican Party, Mr. Ramaswamy, who once again fanned flames in the United States to blame Canada for an accusation of terrorism that was false. And so today, as we gather here, let us remember the importance and the wisdom of leaders who wait for the answers, who sow seeds, which we must all do, sow the seeds for calm, for peace, for compassion, and for justice.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the far right is alive and well in the Conservative Party today here in Canada. It's somewhat of a sad state to say it, but that is the truth, Mr. Speaker. Imagine, if you will, President Zelensky comes to Canada and signs a trade agreement with Canada, Mr. Speaker. After signing that agreement, the government brings it into the legislature. The Conservative Party does what it can to filibuster and prevent the vote. Now we know why, Mr. Speaker. Because the far right within the Conservative Party spearheaded the Conservative Party to vote against a trade agreement between Canada and Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, that is absolutely and totally shameful. The Conservative Party needs to apologize to Canadians, to apologize to Canada's Ukrainian heritage community for behaving in such a manner. They need to have a flip-flop and vote for Canada and for Ukraine.
The honourable member from Dauphin-Swan River, Neepawa.
Mr. Speaker, last week marked the beginning of deer season for thousands of hunters across Manitoba.
After many enjoyed a successful waterfowl season, hunters are now in tree stands and in the woods working to harvest a deer for their family. Hunting is a part of our Canadian heritage. It is part of our rural way of life. The responsible harvest of wild meat is something that cannot be replaced. It provides a connection to nature that extends beyond mere sustenance. And for generations, hunters have been stewards of Canada's natural landscape, successfully protecting and managing this land for future generations. Hunters are responsible for the recovery of many species through conservation practices and financial contributions. You will find few Canadians who are more dedicated to preserving our natural environment than the Canadian hunter. This season, I wish all hunters a safe, responsible, and successful harvest. Thank you for all you do for conserving and preserving Canada's environment.
The honourable member from Davenport.
Mr. Speaker, over the past weekend while in Halifax, I visited Pier 21. I want to look up the records of my grandparents, my dad, and my uncles who came to Canada on a boat called the Beaver Brae II after World War II. Proud Canadians, they came to Canada because they were looking for a safe place to call home and raise their family. My grandparents, if they were alive today, would have been proud of the $9 billion in funding that Canada's contributed to Ukraine. Everything from military equipment to humanitarian and economic support was given to Ukraine as they bravely fight for their democracy against Russia's brutal, unprovoked invasion. They would have also been proud of the modernized Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement that was passed in this House this week, and with Canada's unconditional stand with Ukraine and its people. Previously, we were united in our support for Ukraine. It is incomprehensible that the federal Conservatives voted against the updated Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement this week. Let us never stop supporting Ukraine's courage and bravery, and let us never stop fighting for their freedom and for ours.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes Verchères.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very proud to rise in this place to highlight an exceptional achievement by a young girl from Saint-Denis-sur-Richelieu in my riding. Eve Bilodeau won not one but 2 gold medals at the World Karate Championships in Orlando, Florida. On October 26th, she won her World Championship titles in the Extreme and Kempo categories for girls 10 and under. At such a young age, Eve is already the pride of her family and hometown. What's more, she's literally putting Quebec on the international map, demonstrating that homegrown talent can make it all the way to the top. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll see her at the Olympics. Mr. Speaker, Eve Bilodeau, your young athletic career inspires us, you make us dream, and you have our admiration. Congratulations, Eve.
L'honorable député de Brossard.
The honourable member for Brossard-Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, 10 years ago, the Ukrainian people rose up almost with one voice to defend the democratic path they had chosen in 1991. Ukraine envisions its future within a free, prosperous, and inclusive Europe, a choice that Vladimir Putin's Russian Federation refuses to respect, let alone accept. The Russian invasion of 2022 revives the decades of oppression and repression of the Stalinist regime, and Canada will always stand with Ukraine in refusing to allow the eradication of Ukrainian identity. November is a somber month for the Ukrainian people. This November 25th, we mark the 90th anniversary of the Holodomor, the brutal genocide of millions of Ukrainians in 1933. I join my colleagues in reaffirming our full and firm solidarity with Ukraine. Slava Ukraini. The honourable member for Chicoutimi, the Fjord. Mr. Speaker, the holidays are approaching, and this year thousands of families will have difficult financial choices to make. Fortunately, there are still people with a heart of gold in our communities. This is the case of Mario Gagnon, founder of La Caserne de Jouet, which organizes an annual toy drive. Last Saturday, he and his team were collecting donations from families for the 36th edition. It's a sight to behold. All the volunteers who generously donate their time and the long lineup of people with bags of toys to contribute. Since 1988, 400,000 toys have been donated. I'd like to salute Mario Gagnon, the organizer, and Gina Gagnon and others for their good deeds and their dedication. It will help many families on the eve of the holidays. Thank you, Mario, and to your entire team for the difference that you'll be making in a number of households. Now it's up to us to show some generosity.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to express disappointment over the recent decision by the Conservative Party to vote against the Canadian-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Their objection to a reference of carbon pricing in the deal, something Ukraine already embraces, Mr. Speaker, appears to be a diversion from the broader and more critical issue at hand, that is, to support Ukraine in its fight against tyranny. It is regrettable that on a matter of international urgency, the Conservatives have chosen to prioritize populist politics over standing in solidarity with our ally, Ukraine, as they are under siege. It is perplexing that the Conservatives have chosen to be the only party in this House voting against something that Ukraine has asked Canada to support as they fight for their very existence. The revised Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement is an opportunity for solidarity in the face of adversity. Let us not allow narrow political interests to overshadow the broader principles of unity, support, and shared values. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Thunder Bay, Rainy River.
Mr. Speaker, this week the Conservative Party voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, supposedly because it imposes a carbon tax on Ukraine. What? Really? There is an agreement, tangential reference to carbon pricing. However, Ukraine's had carbon pricing since 2011. So what's the real reason the Conservative Party voted against this agreement? Perhaps it's because opposing further assistance to Ukraine has become a litmus test for the American far right politically, and maybe also for the far right in Canada as well. At a time when thousands of Ukrainians are risking their lives fighting this war, including some of my relatives, fighting for the best interests of their children, to have one of the main political parties in Canada taking a position which seems to be in the interest and paying out to the interests of the American far right rather than the
honourable member from Cumberland Colchester.
Mr. Speaker, today I wish to honour a Canadian hero. Lloyd Cody was born in Sheet Harbour, Nova Scotia, and he came from a family of 8 children. In 1942, at the age of 18, he was finally able to enlist for World War II, having been sent home previously as he was too young. He did his basic training in Peterborough and Petawawa and arrived in Halifax shortly thereafter. Next, he was sent to Windsor, Nova Scotia, and was trained as a medical orderly. He served aboard the Queen Mary, the Aquitania, and the Samaria, bringing wounded soldiers home from the front. He also served at the Cogswell Hospital in Halifax and the Debert Hospital. He moved to Truro in 1951 after studying entomology and forestry. He spent the next 35 years chasing bugs throughout the forests of Nova Scotia. He was married to Kay for 57 years. Lloyd is very active in the community for many service organizations, and he continues to be fit and agile. Many years ago, he actually challenged me to a running race and a push-up contest, and I politely declined. Today, let's all wish Lloyd a happy 99th birthday. Happy birthday, Lloyd.
The honourable member from Winnipeg South.
Mr. Speaker, I am profoundly disappointed that the Leader of the Opposition has forced his Conservative caucus to betray the people of Ukraine when they voted against Bill C-57, the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. This agreement represents a commitment to shared values and democratic principles and is a crucial step towards strengthening prosperity for both Canada and Ukraine. It is a bill that should have been supported unanimously to show our solidarity with Ukraine and our commitment to help them rebuild as they fight a brutal and illegal invasion by Russia. Our government will always prioritize the best interest of all Canadians and recognize that trade agreements are not obstacles but bridges to a more prosperous and interconnected future. The vote on Bill C-57 is the clearest demonstration yet, Mr. Speaker, that when it comes to standing in solidarity with the people of Ukraine, the Conservative Party cannot be trusted and they are not worth the risk. Slava Ukraini!
The honourable member from Selkirk-Interlake Eastman.
This year marks the 90th anniversary of the Holodomor, the Ukrainian famine and genocide of 1932-33. This genocide was deliberately planned and executed by the communist Soviet regime under Joseph Stalin to systemically destroy the culture, language, and indeed the very ethnicity of the people of Ukraine. Sadly, several million innocent men, women, and children were starved and slowly murdered by Stalin for one reason: they were patriotic Ukrainians. 15 years ago, Canada became the first Western nation to officially recognize the Holodomor as a genocide. As we commemorate the Holodomor this Saturday, let's not forget that Vladimir Putin is repeating history by illegally invading Ukraine, destroying Ukrainian lives, and threatening their freedom, all in an attempt to repeat Stalin's Russification of Ukraine. We stand with the brave people of Ukraine in their fight for sovereignty, democracy, and liberty. We remember the victims and honor the survivors of the Holodomor, as well as the Maidan, and pray for those fighting against Russia's barbaric invasion today. May their memories be eternal. Vichnaya Pamyat.
The honourable member from Cypress Hills Grasslands.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, the NDP Liberal government has finally admitted that they are not worth the cost and their carbon tax is hurting Canadians.
That's right.
A farmer in southern Saskatchewan shared his carbon tax costs with me. He goes through 150,000 litres of diesel on his farm every year, and at over 15 cents per litre, he is paying $24,000 in carbon tax on diesel fuel alone. But wait, there's more. The GST gets added on top of that yet, bringing the total to just under $25,000. But wait, there's more. The NDP Liberals will quadruple that number for him, and he'll be paying $100,000 a year just on carbon tax for diesel fuel, thanks to this radical Prime Minister. And Canadian families will pay more for groceries as well. Yet these Liberals don't seem to care. They broke ranks with their NDP coalition to vote against common sense Conservatives that would remove the carbon tax from farm fuels. And now there are senators appointed by this Prime Minister trying to shut it down at the last minute. The Prime Minister needs to stand with Canadian families and producers and tell his senators to stop blocking Bill C-234.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, the Leader of the Opposition talks about fighting for freedom in Canada when we live in the freest country in the world. He has hijacked the word for partisan political purposes. He had a chance to stand up for Ukraine, who is truly fighting for freedom 2 days ago, and he said no. It's appalling, Mr. Speaker. The opposition let domestic petty politics interfere with issues that should have been issues on which we were unified, as Canada always has been. It's appalling. If you want to see Conservative MPs squirm in their seats, watch them when their leader tries to explain why. He needs to apologize to Canadians, he needs to apologize to Ukrainians, and he needs to apologize to his caucus. Mr. Speaker, this free trade agreement will help Ukraine rebuild, and we should all be standing with them. Slava Ukraini.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise in the House to extend my heartfelt congratulations to 3 remarkable public servants who have dedicated their careers to the residents of Hamilton Centre. To my legislative assistant, Tyler Coach Crosby, who from day one has provided me with sage advice and wisdom that he has attained through his 16 years of policy and parliamentary support here on the Hill. To Trudy Morris, who, having come off the factory floor as a proud USW trade unionist, has given 19 years to improving the material conditions for our constituents through her remarkable tax filing program and her ability to track down the benefits that have been cut off from our most vulnerable families, seniors, and residents. And to Rose Marie McAleer, who also, with 19 impressive years of service, her expertise on immigration, family reunification, and her general casework is an embodiment to the spirit of our community and the perseverance that we in Hamilton Centre hold dear. So on behalf of the Hamilton Centre and the New Democratic Party of of Canada, I extend my deepest gratitude to Tyler, Trudy, and Rosemary for their years of service. Your contributions have truly made a difference. Thank you for your service.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, do you know who got their hands on the coveted Golden Cup of college football last Saturday? Yes. I'll give you 3 guesses. The Gaillards from the Cégep de Jonquière. What a proud moment for a die-hard football fan like me. I'd like to highlight the incredible determination of the players who held on to a perfect record throughout the year, winning not 6, not 7, not 8, but all 11 games of the season. 0 losses in 2023. The Gaillards remain undefeated. World champions, Mr. Speaker. In Saturday's final game, the Gaillards pulled off a spectacular comeback in the last quarter of play against a formidable opponent who simply couldn't match the energy of the little guys from back home. This was Jonquière's 7th consecutive appearance in the finals and the team's 3rd victory in the championships. Special mention to number 17, Émile Brunat-Duceppe, grandson of former bloc leader Gilles Duceppe. Bravo, les Gaillards. See you next year.
The Honourable Member from Calgary, Rocky Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this week, this NDP Liberal government tabled a fall economic statement with $46.5 billion in interest on the public debt this year and $52.4 billion next year. That's more than the entire Canada Health transfer. That's double the budget for national defence. This Prime Minister has run up more debt than all previous Prime Ministers combined, and this week he piled on another $20 billion in inflationary spending. There is no end in sight and no plan to balance the budget and tackle inflation. Prices are up, rent is up, interest rates are up, debt's up, taxes are up, and time's up. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he is not worth the cost. Rents have doubled, mortgage payments are up 150%, minimum down payments have doubled, 2 million Canadians a month are at the food bank, and people with good jobs are homeless. It's time for a common-sense Conservative government to clean up this Prime Minister's mess, just like Conservatives have to do after every Liberal government before.
The Honourable Member from Kingston and the Islands.
Mr. Speaker, it has become clear that far-right American politics have fully taken over the Conservative Party of Canada. Last June, 5 Conservative MPs travelled on a lavish trip to London, England, and dined on thousands of dollars worth of oysters and champagne. We also know that at least one of those Conservative MPs had his expenses paid for by the Danube Institute, a right-wing Hungarian think tank that has said the stakes of the Russia-Ukraine war are not Ukraine's sovereignty, but a victory of NATO, the expansion of the U.S. deep state, and wokeism. Coincidentally, right around the same time, Conservative MPs started shifting their support away from Ukraine in favor of Russian propaganda aimed at turning the world against Ukraine. Mr. Speaker, I want Ukrainian Canadians to know that while Conservative MPs flirt with Vladimir Putin and his attempts to persuade their support, Liberals are unwavering in our commitment and will be there every step of the way until Ukraine wins this war.
English, French? Oral questions, questions orales. The Honourable Member from Regina Capel.
Minister's mini budget was full of bad news for Canadians. Rent up, taxes up, prices up, and interest rates up to fight the inflation his deficits caused. In fact, Scotiabank said that their mortgage rates would be 2 full percentage points lower if the government could just control its spending. That would be the difference for hundreds of thousands of Canadians between losing their home and being able to renew their mortgage. So, does the government realize that time is running out, and will they end their deficit spending so that Canadians can keep their homes?
Mr. Speaker, the leader of the official opposition and his MPs are simply not worth the risk. He and his MPs voted against the Canada-Ukraine free trade deal. Why, Mr. Speaker? They made a brutal political calculation that they would have more support from their far-right base here in Canada and in Russia and their friends in the United States than if they would abandon Ukrainians. Cold, calculated, cruel. Behold, Mr. Speaker, the new Conservative Party and their MPs. What a disgrace.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
What's disgraceful and cruel is using Ukraine's vulnerability while Russian tanks are on its soil to shove a carbon tax permanently down their throat, Mr. Speaker. And don't be fooled by their phony outrage. They are desperate to talk about anything except for their terrible budget. That's because not only are workers' paychecks going to pay higher prices and interest rates, but now their tax dollars are going to pay higher interest payments on the national debt. In fact, next year, the government will spend more on that national debt than on healthcare and the armed forces. When will the government stop their deficits so we can pay doctors and nurses and soldiers instead of bankers and bondholders?
Before the Honourable Government House Leader gets up, I just want to encourage members to please do not extend their voices so that the Chair can hear the question from the Honourable Leader. I hear from the far end of the House. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Twice this week, the Leader of the Opposition has demonstrated that he is not worth the risk to Canadians. Not only has he been untruthful in why they didn't vote for the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, because in fact there is no price on pollution in that agreement, Mr. Speaker. So we need to ask, what is the real reason behind this, why they're abandoning support for Ukraine and for freedom and for democracy? But also yesterday, instead of waiting for information on what happened at Niagara Falls, he jumped straight to the conclusion that it was a terrorist attack, Mr. Speaker. That is irresponsible and that is not respectful for Canadians.
Hear, hear. The honourable member from Regina Capel.
If the government truly wanted to help Ukraine, they would support the Conservative motion to export our energy and our military equipment instead of their failed carbon tax. And if they wanted to be honest with Canadians, they would unveil the details of the $15 billion subsidy to a single battery plant that will allow up to 1,600 workers coming from Korea to replace qualified Canadians. Will they do the right thing and at least publish the agreement so that Canadian workers can find out just how many jobs are being filled by taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers?
The Honourable Minister.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And unlike the member opposite who, when it came time to find the resolve to stand up to his leader when it was time to stand with Ukraine, Canada's support for Ukraine is unwavering. Mr. Speaker, we have committed over $2.4 billion in military aid, from tanks to armored vehicles and ammunition. We've trained 37,000 Ukrainian troops. The Prime Minister recently announced an additional $500 million in new funding for military assistance. And yesterday, Mr. Speaker, I spoke to Defense Minister Umerov, and I told him 10 million additional rounds of ammunition is on the way. Mr. Speaker, our government stands with Ukraine.
The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, one thing is very clear. After 8 years of this Liberal government, it's just not worth the cost. It's not helping Canadian families. The economic update shows very clearly that our public finances are in a terrible state. Earlier, I was listening to the Minister of Defense. Well, with this government, does he know that we'll spend twice as much on the debt as on the army? And twice as much on the debt as in our health transfers? That's unacceptable for a G7 country. When will this government realize that it's messed everything up over the last 8 years? The Minister of Innovation. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know that the Conservatives voted against Ukraine. They voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. When it comes to the economy, we're doing what Canadians want. We will continue to build a stronger economy. We will strengthen competition in the country. We will continue to invest in housing. We have a plan for prosperity, growth. We will help Canadians. And the Conservatives should watch what we're doing and draw inspiration from our serious government. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Mr. Speaker, 2 million Canadians are going to food banks monthly because of what this government did. People who want to buy a home now see that the cost of rents and mortgages has doubled over the last 8 years, and so have deposits. And what does the Minister of Finance plan to do? Believe it or not, she plans to borrow over a century. Our great-great-grandchildren will be paying the price. Does the Prime Minister agree with the Deputy Prime Minister? Does he really think that this is a good idea?
L'honorable ministre.
The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I have a great deal of respect for my colleague, for Louis Saint-Laurent. He's an honourable man. On his side of the House, he should convince his colleagues to do one thing before the holidays for Canadians. Vote for Bill C-56, a bill that will help Canadians with affordability, that will reform the Competition Act after 36 years. I know that he has influence in his party. Will he be strong enough to stand up and influence his colleagues to do one thing for Canadians before Christmas this year? The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, in its economic update, the federal government is butting into Quebec's labour jurisdiction. It wants to impose policies on interprovincial labour mobility, especially in the area of health, or it will cut health transfers. But in Quebec, healthcare is offered in French, so this plan means that Quebec workers who are bilingual will be able to go work elsewhere in Canada, but then workers will come to Quebec from unilingual Anglophone provinces, and they won't speak French. In Quebec, people need to speak French in healthcare. So instead of making healthcare worse in Quebec, why doesn't the federal government butt out? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, I greatly respect my colleague from the Bloc Québécois, but he's completely wrong on this issue. We transfer $700 million a year to Quebec for immigration, and most of that money is used for what? To francisize people arriving in Quebec, including Anglophones who want to learn French. We will be there for labour mobility. We will be there to train people in the language of their choice. We will be collaborating with Quebec every single day. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Mr. Speaker, it's here clearly laid out. This government is threatening to cut the healthcare transfers if we refuse to exchange our Francophone healthcare workers, to exchange them for unilingual Anglophone doctors. We don't need them in Quebec. We need doctors who can offer healthcare in French. Quebecers need to be able to tell their doctors about their health problems in their own language. If the federal government wants to help, it just has to increase the transfers and we will hire doctors. Will this government finally stop taking Quebecers' money and then use it to blackmail Quebecers? Enough is enough. The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, we know what the Bloc Québécois wants. It wants every province to just deal with its own stuff. It wants Quebec to be isolated on its own. That's not the way it should be. We are capable of cooperating. We're capable of exchanging doctors. We're capable of working together. Canada is much stronger than the sum of its provinces. We can work together. The Bloc Québécois doesn't like it, but that's the truth.
L'honorable député de Rosemont.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, a few weeks ago, the Minister of Industry was begging grocery bosses to lower prices. He said, please, be nice. And then he said, we succeeded. Look, there are specials at the grocery store. But during an interview with TVA, the CEO of Metro said, we have not changed our prices because of that meeting. Since the meeting, nothing has changed. In fact, the only special was on turkey because it was Thanksgiving. So who's the real turkey here? Is it consumers who are paying high prices, or is it the Minister of Industry? The Honourable Minister of Industry. Mr. Speaker, I am not going to engage in this type of rhetorical device, but what I will do is stand up for Canadians. And that's what I did. For the first time in history, a minister brought in these industry bosses and told them that 40 million Canadians are extremely upset with these higher prices, and they need to help us stabilize these prices. So if my colleague wants to do anything for Canadians and give them a Christmas gift, then my colleague should convince his colleagues to vote for C-56 so that we can stabilize prices and increase competitiveness and fight for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
You know, I almost feel a little bit sorry for the minister. He made such a big deal out of his meeting with the grocery CEOs, and now Metro has admitted that it had zero impact on food prices. And Mr. Speaker, any Canadian who's been watching food prices soar could have told the Liberal government that. Instead of standing up to CEOs, the minister has danced around price gouging for 2 years. The Liberal plan isn't working. With the holidays coming, prices are only going to get worse. So will the government support the NDP's bill to lower food prices and end the gouging?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Speaker, I find it shocking that an honourable colleague would not stand with the government where we're standing up for Canadians, Mr. Speaker. I remember an NDP party, Mr. Speaker, that would stand for consumer, that would stand for Canadian, that would stand for our country, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed the member, instead of criticizing, join us, Mr. Speaker, fight for Canadian, express the outrage of millions of Canadians. That's what we did, Mr. Speaker. That's what we will continue to do. And I hope he's going to vote for C-56 to make sure that we have more competition in this country.
Before I proceed to the member from Calgary Forest Lawn, I just want to ask the member from Brantford, please to only use his voice when he does take his time. The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
This week's Liberal NDP inflation fueling false hopes update is not worth the cost. Prices are up, rents are up, debt is up, taxes are up, and after 8 years, time's up for this Prime Minister. $20 billion of new inflationary spending is ballooning the debt. Next year, the Prime Minister will spend more tax dollars on the interest to his debt than on health transfers. Wow. Why is this Prime Minister giving more money to bankers and bondholders while Canadians go broke and hungry?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the member opposite for his question because it gives me an opportunity to let him know what's up. What's up in this country is home construction, Mr. Speaker. Our fall economic statement has indicated that we are building more homes from coast to coast to coast right across this great country because that's what Canadians need right now, Mr. Speaker. It also contains important measures that will strengthen competition in this country and help stabilize prices. What's down, Mr. Speaker, is inflation in Canada. Thank you.
The honourable member from Calgary Forest Lawn.
She wants to talk about housing. The only thing they did for housing was change the name of the housing department. And Canadians want results. They don't want more photo ops. Rents are up. Mortgages are up. Needed down payment for a house is doubled after 8 years. This Liberal NDP government are not worth the cost. When will they stop the photo ops and build more homes and not more bureaucracy?
Good job. The Honourable Minister for Housing, Communities and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, it's fascinating. It's clear the honourable member hasn't actually read the document when he seems to have missed $15 billion in low-cost loans that's going to get Canada building. He missed a $1 billion investment to keep affordable housing going. He missed the fact that we're cracking down on short-term rentals to release tens of thousands of homes to increase supply. When I actually look at their plan, Mr. Speaker, they want to raise taxes on home builders by putting the GST back on. They want to cut funding for cities that build homes through the Housing Accelerator Fund, and they want to add layers of bureaucracy to do it. We're going to do what it takes to get more homes built. I invite the Conservatives to join us.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, everything's up. Mortgages are up, rent payments are up, inflation is up, groceries are up, taxes are up. And yet, the Bank of Canada has asked for help in keeping inflation down. They've asked for governments to limit their spending growth to 2.5% each year. Except guess what this government just announced? An increase in growth of spending of over 5% for next year. Is the minister trying to make misery go up for Canadians too?
Yes, he is.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I can hardly believe that the Conservatives are talking about taxes. We reduced taxes for middle-class Canadians on 2 occasions, Mr. Speaker, and the entire Conservative caucus, every single Conservative member, voted against lowering taxes for the Canadians that needed it most, Mr. Speaker. The fall economic statement that we put forward this week shows the strong fundamentals of our fiscal frame, Mr. Speaker. We have the lowest deficit among all G7 countries, and we will have the highest growth growth in 2024 among all G7 countries, Mr. Speaker. We are proud of our record. We are continuing to be there for Canadians. Thank you.
The honourable member from Simcoe North.
Mr. Speaker, this government's record is inflationary deficits driving up the cost of living. In fact, 1 year ago, the finance minister stood in the House and presented a plan that would balance the budget in 2027. When asked whether that was by mistake or by design, the minister took great boastfulness in saying it was deliberate and by design. Except now we learn the budget will be balanced in the year never. So does the government actually have a plan to ever balance the budget and bring down inflationary deficits so Canadians can keep their homes?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, you know what's up, Mr. Speaker? It's our ranking in the world, Mr. Speaker. You know what's up is the number of jobs that we've created in this country. You know what's up, Mr. Speaker, is the prosperity in this country. Mr. Speaker, we rank third in the world now for foreign direct investment, Mr. Speaker. We have seen landmark investment in the auto sector, in the mining sector, in biomanufacturing, in steel, in aluminium, Mr. Speaker. Canada's winning on the world stage while the Conservative want to bring us to the Stone Age.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
Well, after 8 years of this Liberal government, we know that prices are up, rent is up, we know that mortgage rates are up and taxes are up, and we know that Canadians are fed up with this current government. Just this week, this government chose to spend an additional $20 billion, which goes towards our overall national debt load, which means that now, just interest, will cost Canadians $51 billion per year. Imagine that. That's enough to build 25 new hospitals and a whole host of new doctors. Imagine the difference that would make for Canadians. So why is the Prime Minister choosing to support wealthy bankers instead of the healthcare needs of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, when we unveiled our plan to build more homes across this country faster, the Conservative leader called that disgusting. When the Conservatives talk about the spending that they would cut, they're talking about removing supports that Canadians need. They're talking about taking away the benefits that Canadians rely on, benefits for seniors, benefits for family, benefits for people who need it most, Mr. Speaker. The plan of austerity that the Conservatives are proposing is not worth the risk.
Yep, chop, chop, chop.
The honourable member from Lethbridge.
The member didn't respond to my question, so perhaps she didn't understand it. I'll put it forward again. $51 billion is spent every single year just on interest towards our national debt. $51 billion. That's enough to build more than 25 brand new hospitals and a whole host of new doctors. It's twice as much as what this government is willing to spend on our national defense. The men and women who wear a uniform and protect our front lines. Yes. Are they not worth more than the out-of-control spending spree that this government selfishly takes upon itself?
The Honourable Minister for Health.
Well, here's the inconvenient truth, Mr. Speaker, that in order for the party opposite to do what they're talking about, that they would have to cut massively into every aspect of the federal government. And so I asked him, she talks about healthcare, where we're making historic investments right now to ensure that the healthcare system is public and there for Canadians. And when we heard about common sense Conservatives in Ontario, we saw a direct attack against public healthcare. So will they cut dental care? Will they cut the transfers? Will they cut the critical supports that are there in healthcare and promotion? Exactly what kind of cuts are they going to do?
The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, asylum requests are a federal responsibility, and that's why Quebec wants to be reimbursed for the services we offer asylum seekers, like housing and social services, but the federal government is refusing to pay. The immigration minister said yesterday that we don't just have $400 million lying around. Well, first of all, it's actually $460 million. But also, Quebec actually did manage to find that money in order to help asylum seekers. And so the minister is going to have to find it too, somewhere. Will he pay back Quebec for these services? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This relationship is a two-way street. We received the letter. And yes, this is an area of shared jurisdiction, actually. It's shared with the Quebec and the provinces and territories. We sent $600 million to Quebec under the Quebec-Canada Agreement. This is a fund that grows year after year, and Quebec needs to take on its own responsibility. We are ready to sit down to negotiate about it with our respective finance ministers. The honourable member. Well, in the Constitution, asylum requests are federal jurisdiction. And then in addition, this government is not just not paying, it's also not offering services. It's always the same thing with these Liberals. They say they defend asylum seekers, but actually they only want to make a bunch of pretty speeches. But when the rubber hits the road, they're not there to help. No services, no money. Quebec is giving asylum seekers the services they need. Will the federal government do its one job, which is to pay back Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Well, I am not going to take lessons on the Constitution from the Bloc Québécois, Mr. Speaker. Last year, we gave Quebec $700 million under the Canada-Quebec Agreement. We gave them more money this year. In fact, we even gave them more, and we didn't ask them to pay it back. I'm only asking for a reasonable discussion between our respective finance ministers. Let's sit down, let's negotiate, and let's have a mature discussion. The Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Jean. Well, speaking of mature discussions, let me quote the Quebec Minister for Canadian Relations, who said that the federal government policy is, we decide, you pay. Yes, I will boast that we are the most generous country in the world. We'll take all the world's problems here, but Quebecers will pay. No, that makes no sense and is not a responsible policy. That was the Quebec minister speaking. Yes, Quebec is welcoming and generous towards asylum seekers. It just needs the money to keep on being generous. When will the federal government finally pay Quebec back? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Same question, same answer, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the social transfers, which are sent out to all of the provinces as a flat payment, we are offering more and more money to Quebec every year under the Canada-Quebec Agreement. Regardless of levels, Quebec has its role to play in welcoming immigrants and asylum seekers. We are ready to sit down with Quebec and have a mature discussion between two accountable governments.
From Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been so unaffordable. While Canadians struggle, he's quadrupling his carbon tax, which will raise the price of everything. He's just not worth the cost. The Liberal NDP government can pass Conservative Bill C-234, create another carbon tax carve-out for farmers, and make food cheaper. His Environment Minister has threatened to resign if it passes. Will the Prime Minister accept his resignation, pass C-234, so Canadians can put food on their tables?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, in this House, Conservatives had a choice. They had a choice to vote in favour of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Instead, they're the only party in this House that didn't do that. In fact, they have made the issue of the environment a red herring. Even Ukraine today clarified that there is no price on pollution in this free trade agreement. They're misleading Canadians. On this side of the House, we are standing, supporting Ukraine. We will continue to do that. The Conservatives cannot say the same.
Nope. The Honourable Member from Carleton Trail, Eagle Creek.
After 8 years of their failed carbon tax, food bank lineups are longer than they've ever been, and Canadians are going hungry. And now they want to oppose this Liberal carbon tax on Ukraine. The Prime Minister is not worth the cost. Conservative Bill C-234 will deliver lower food prices for Canadians by removing the carbon tax on our farmers. Ministers are panicking and begging senators to block it. Will the Prime Minister tell his ministers to back off, put Canadians first, and let his appointed senators pass C-234 so Canadian families can feed themselves?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate because I don't think the member opposite was listening to the previous question. In fact, today, Ukraine said there is no price on pollution in the agreement. So it continues to be be an absolute red herring and mistruth from the members opposite as to why they're not supporting the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Mr. Speaker, it's another demonstration of how irresponsible, how reckless, and how risky it would be for them to be in power because they simply cannot share the true reasonings behind their decisions with Canadians. They just can't be trusted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Beauce. Well, Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this government doesn't seem to get that it could reduce food prices very easily. We understand. We brought forward a common-sense bill, C-234, which would exempt farmers from the carbon tax. But the costly Bloc Liberal coalition wants to radically increase the tax. If you vote for the Bloc, you'll pay a steep price. Will this Liberal government stop delaying the adoption of the bill in the Senate? When will the Prime Minister let his senators adopt Bill C-234 so farmers can feed Canadians? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, do you know what raises food prices? Climate change, drought, floods. And yet, the Conservatives never even mention climate change. They don't even seem capable of spelling the concept. They seem to want to drag us back into a former era on climate change, but we won't listen to them. We're going to do something about the problem.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
Canadians from coast to coast need affordable homes today. People are living in tent encampments, being evicted from their homes, or trapped paying sky-high rent. And the Liberals continue to delay and disappoint. In their fall economic statement, by delaying funding until 2025 means affordable homes won't be built for at least another 7 years. This is absurd and completely out of touch. Will this Prime Minister commit to roll out the money now so that shovels can get into the ground and build the homes that Canadians desperately need?
The Honourable Minister for Housing, Infrastructure and Communities.
Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question and for concern to continue to support people in need of housing urgently. I'm pleased to share with her that there are existing programs that have money that continue to support the construction of new homes, both in the market and for affordable housing for low-income families. What we've done in the fall economic statement is demonstrate our long-term commitment so people who are making decisions to go ahead with projects will apply for their building permits now, will get their designs done now, and I'm pleased to share that the Cooperative Housing Federation indicated the statement shows action from the federal government to support more non-market and affordable housing. They were pleased with the new investments, including $1 billion in affordable housing for co-op, non-profit, and social housing.
The honourable member from Winnipeg Centre.
Her Parliament unanimously supported my motion recognizing missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls and Two-Spirit people as a Canada-wide emergency. But how many times is MMIWG mentioned in the Liberals' fall economic statement? Zero. And earlier this year, the government slashed $150 million from women's shelters. Major municipalities have called gender-based violence an epidemic. So can the government explain why they're ignoring MMIWG and are slashing money from women's shelters?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for her ongoing advocacy on this issue. Addressing the ongoing violence against Indigenous women, girls, and 2S LGBTQI+ people is a whole-of-government approach which requires living up to our moral obligations as a country and the calls for justice. That's why in Budget 2023, we've invested $125 million to implement the National Action Plan for MMIWG to ensure accountability by establishing an oversight mechanism and support the National Family and Survivor Circle. We will continue to work with families to ensure we address the issues of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, it is clear that the Conservative Party under this leader does not support Ukraine. This leader has not advocated for more military, financial, or humanitarian support for Ukraine. He's not called out Russia's acts of genocide, and this week, that leader and every MP in his caucus voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. The Conservatives are trying to blame their decision on a mention of carbon.
So, I'm going to ask the honourable member if he could quickly, in the 12 seconds that Order. Order. The honourable member has about 12 seconds left on the clock. I'm hoping the member can get to the issue of business of the government.
Conservative members are trying to blame their vote against the agreement by trying to blame it on language about carbon pricing, which is a red herring because Ukraine's had carbon pricing since 2011 and they need it to get into the EU. Could the Minister of International Trade share with Canadians why this agreement is so important to Canada?
Once again, members know that the speakership had issued a ruling in terms of having questions which are relevant either to the business of the government or to business of committees that could be posed to committee chairs or to members of the Board of Internal Economy. I'm moving on to the next question, the honourable member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
But to allow 1,600 taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers come to Canada to work at the new battery plant in Windsor. The $15 billion taxpayer subsidy means that each family in Canada is paying $1,000 to subsidize these foreign replacement workers. After 8 years, this Prime Minister's not worth the cost. Will the Prime Minister release the contract to prove taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers are banned?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the question by the Honourable Member from Etobicoke Centre. I thank him for his advocacy. I was proud to join with him to vote in favour of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. President Zelensky wanted this agreement. This is an important agreement.
Order. The question was posed by the member from South Shore St. Margaret's. I'm certain the Honourable Minister is going to get to the point to respond to the question at hand. The Honourable Member has 18 seconds left on the clock.
I'm proud on this side of the House that we voted in favour of the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. Canadian businesses have asked for it. They want to be a part of rebuilding Ukraine. On this side of the House, we are supporting Ukraine. And I'm disappointed, Mr.
Order! The Honourable Minister, it is impossible, as I'm having members raise their voices directly into the Speaker's ear, to hear the response, to judge whether or not the response is doing with the issue of questions. So I'm going to ask the Honourable Minister again, 15 seconds on the clock. I'm going to ask Honourable members to listen closely to the answer to the question that was posed by the member from South Shore St. Margaret's. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're supporting Ukraine. Canadian businesses have asked for this agreement because they want to be a part of rebuilding Ukraine. I'm disappointed, but I am not surprised that the Conservatives have decided to abandon Ukraine. You know, Mr. Speaker, when someone shows you who they are...
The Honourable Member from South Shore St. Margaret's.
From the top?
Just your second question.
They didn't answer my first question. Apparently, they're afraid of the fact that they've decided to bring in foreign replacement workers to Stellantis, and the ministers are ignoring it. And why are they ignoring it? Because on the government's own website, they're advertising for Stellantis jobs that say you don't need to be a Canadian citizen and you don't even need a work permit. And the ambassador for South Korea informed everyone in Windsor that 1,600 replacement workers from South Korea are coming. Wow. So I'll ask again, since this Prime Minister is not worth the cost, if the Prime Minister and this government disputes those facts, release the contract and prove us wrong.
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, it's obvious for Canadians watching at home how much the Conservatives don't want to talk about Ukraine, Mr. Speaker. But one thing I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, it is amazing to see to which extent the Conservatives would go to spread misinformation, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? Sometimes you get caught, Mr. Speaker. Let me quote Brendan Sweeney of the Trillion Network for Advanced Manufacturing. I think that those those making this noise are hypocritical. What they are saying is erroneous and factually incorrect. They don't have the faintest knowledge of the industry, Mr. Speaker. We'll keep on fighting for Windsor. We'll keep on fighting for the auto sector, and we'll keep on fighting for our workers.
The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup.
Oh, Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has awarded a $15 billion contract to finance a battery plant in Windsor with public funds. The problem, though, is that the workers will come from abroad, not from Canada. Specifically, 1,600 temporary workers will come from abroad. Quebecers are wondering whether local jobs are being protected for the Northvolt plant in Quebec, which is being financed to the tune of $5 billion by taxpayers. Did the Prime Minister guarantee jobs for Quebecers when he gave Northvolt this money? Or is he bringing in even more taxpayer-funded foreign replacement workers? The Honourable Industry Minister. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for giving me the opportunity to talk about this once again. Canada is now third in the world, third when it comes to attracting foreign investment in our country. Mr. Speaker, we have made record investments in the auto industry, and we also have investments in mining and in biomanufacturing, as well as in aluminum and steel. Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing that's very clear, it's that we have a plan for prosperity. We have a plan for Canada. We have a plan for growth, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Montmagny-Lilley, Kamouraska, Rivière-du-Loup. Mr. Speaker, if what we're saying is misinformation, as the Liberals claim, then they should explain why the government is posting jobs for candidates who are bilingual in English and Korean. My information comes directly from the Windsor Police. The Windsor Police received a visit from the South Korean ambassador to organize the arrival of 1,600 Korean workers, Mr. Speaker. So after 8 years of this government, can they for once be transparent and make this contract public? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives don't like to let facts interrupt what they want to say. As for Stellantis, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are trying to hinder the 2,500 jobs for Canadians at that battery plant, as well as the 2,300 jobs for those who will build the plant. How many foreign workers have been approved for Stellantis Nexstar? One temporary foreign worker. Only one. The Honourable Member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapédia. Mr. Speaker, COP28 kicks off next Thursday, and Canada is once again poised to show up empty-handed. Canada will go to COP28 without a regulatory framework to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector, which is the main culprit behind climate change. We've been waiting 2 years for this, and for 2 years we've been hearing empty rhetoric. Today, the Climate Action Network was on the Hill. All of the Environment Minister's former friends, like Greenpeace and Équiterre, are calling on him to table a costed regulatory framework before he leaves for COP. And of course, the Bloc Québécois supports this call. So will the minister do this? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague for her question. I would like to reassure my colleague that they are my former colleagues, but they are still my friends. Yes, they were here on the Hill today. I speak to them regularly. And over the past few years, we have taken a lot of action. We've implemented many measures for carbon pricing and to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And as the Prime Minister committed to do in New York, by the end of the year, we will have a framework to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector. So that will be done before the end of the year. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. The International Energy Agency this morning tabled a report on emissions from the oil and gas sector. If we want to meet the targets of the Paris Agreement, we need to cut fossil fuel emissions by 60% by 2030. That's around the corner. We need to cut emissions by 60%, but Canada doesn't even have a plan yet to even cap them, let alone cut them by 60%. Canada is the world's 5th biggest oil producer, and Canada will be one of the main culprits if the world misses its targets. So, before the minister leaves for COP28, will he present a regulatory framework to, at the very least, cap big oil companies' emissions? The Honourable Environment and Climate Change Minister. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to what I just said, I would like to remind my honourable colleague that we have a plan to fight climate change, and our plan is lauded by Équiterre, by Greenpeace, by Environmental Defence, by the David Suzuki Foundation too. We are the only country of all G20 countries to have stopped subsidizing fossil fuels, and we did so 2 years earlier than anticipated. We're also the only G20 country to eliminate public support for fossil fuels. And as I said, we will be tabling a framework to cap emissions from the oil and gas sector by the end of this year.
From Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands and Rideau Lakes.
Yesterday, the NDP Liberal Cover-Up Coalition blocked a Conservative motion to have a whistleblower testify at the Ethics Committee. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, it's hard not to feel disappointed in your government when every day there's a new scandal, but it's easy to see that this Prime Minister is not worth the price. The latest scandal is his billion-dollar green slush fund. Facing an Auditor General investigation, an Ethics Commissioner investigation, the CEO and the Liberal hand-picked board chair resigned in disgrace. Now they're blocking a whistleblower from testifying. What are they trying to hide?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful for the question from my colleague. In fact, nothing, Mr. Speaker, because we're the one who wants to get to the bottom of this, Mr. Speaker. That's the reality, Mr. Speaker. Let me bring some facts to their story. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, the moment we had allegation, I call for an investigation. I call for an independent report, Mr. Speaker. I demanded from management a plan to restore good governance. The CEO has resigned. I have accepted the resignation of the chair, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get to the bottom of this, restore governance, and make sure we can support Canadian businesses.
The Honourable Member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island and Rideau Lakes.
This minister is a bystander in this billion-dollar slush fund scandal. Let's lay out the facts. He did absolutely nothing. Conservatives called for an investigation at committee. We wrote a letter to the Auditor General. She started an investigation. We wrote a letter to the Ethics Commissioner. He launched an investigation. We had the CEO and the board chair come to committee. They both resigned in disgrace following their appearances at committee. Right. Now we want a whistleblower to come before committee, and what are they doing? Silencing whistleblowers as part of the cover-up coalition with the NDP. What are they trying to hide?
The Honourable Minister for Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, unlike my colleague, they're just behind the game, Mr. Speaker, because I'm the one who started the investigation, Mr. Speaker. Once we got the allegation, that's what we did, Mr. Speaker. The records speak for itself, Mr. Speaker. But I know that my Conservative friends, they want nothing regarding to facts, Mr. Speaker. They like to have their theory, they like to have their story, but they're not entitled to their own facts, Mr. Speaker. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We're going to restore governance, and we're going to keep helping Canadian SMEs, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member from Battle River Crowfoot.
Mr. Speaker, while Conservatives are working overtime to expose Liberal corruption, Liberal and NDP backbenchers and even a former minister are doing everything they can at committee to cover up scandals, silence whistleblowers and shut down investigations. Can the Prime Minister tell us whether the coalition deal he signed behind closed doors with the Socialist NDP includes requiring the NDP member from Hamilton Centre to vote to cover up the corruption we are seeing with the Prime Minister's billion-dollar green slush fund?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing is a pattern of very concerning behaviour and desperate behaviour from the Conservative Party of Canada. Not only are they hiding from Canadians why they're really not supporting the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, because in fact the Ukraine came out and said there is no price on pollution. They're also hiding the leader of the opposition, why he won't tell the truth as to why he jumped to conclusions yesterday when we learned about what happened in Niagara Falls. And now what we're hearing from them, Mr. Speaker, is false allegations. They know that committees are independent. What are they trying to hide, Mr. Speaker?
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question will be about C-57. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has cost thousands of lives and continues to threaten the stability of the whole region and of the world. This, though unfortunately, the Leader of the Opposition and Conservative MPs voted against the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And this is a free trade agreement that the President of Ukraine said very clearly would serve as a foundation for rebuilding Ukraine. The Conservatives turned their back on Ukraine and on democracy, all for rhetoric. So here's my question for the Minister of Finance. Can she reiterate Canada's strong, unconditional support? The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, currently, Ukrainians are fighting for their freedom and for ours. They are fighting for it on the battlefields in Ukraine. We've all seen this. I saw them in Ukraine. They are strong, they are brave, and they are ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. They came to us. They sought us out and asked us to negotiate a free trade agreement. We are the first G7 country to reach a free trade agreement with them. To vote against this agreement, as the Conservatives are doing, is to let Ukrainians down and to, in fact, support Russia.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years, this Prime Minister has done nothing but recklessly spend. Not only was $54 million rushed into the poorly functioning Arrive scam app, but 11 million taxpayer dollars given to a so-called consulting company employing 2 people working out of their basements doing absolutely no work. Talk about hitting the taxpayer lottery. It is beyond clear that the NDP Liberal government is simply not worth the cost. The question is simple. Which minister was responsible for this costly hiring?
The Honourable Minister.
I don't want to disappoint my colleague across the aisle, but no minister was responsible for those contracting practices. Those contracting practices were done by public servants. And Mr. Speaker, we have said if committees want to look into these issues, we welcome that examination. The Border Services Agency, when they uncovered irregularities, called for an independent audit and referred the files to the appropriate authorities. That's what a responsible government does, in spite of some of the silly questions from the other side.
The honourable member from Brantford Brant.
Canadians want these questions asked of this ethically and morally challenged government. Public officials were caught lying. Insiders who became millionaires through the Arrive scam were caught lying. It's time for honesty and clarity in this House. For weeks we've heard the same talking points from this minister. No action. No one's been charged. No one's been fired. So once again, will the minister responsible for this fiasco that the RCMP is investigating please stand up?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable friend knows very well that when any irregularity with respect to contracting practices comes to light, the responsible thing for senior public servants who administer these rules to do is to refer them to the appropriate authorities, to establish the facts from external audits. That's exactly what the Border Services Agency did. Mr. Speaker, if committees want to look into this matter, we welcome that exercise as well. And my honourable friend should know very well that it's not elected ministers that decide who faces criminal charges. It's the police and prosecutors, and I have every confidence they'll do their job.
Absolutely. The honourable member from Calgary Confederation.
Mr. Speaker, a couple of years ago, this House unanimously passed my private member's bill that allowed for the annual tax form to be used to ask a simple question of organ and tissue donation. Both Ontario and Nunavut opted to have this question included in their tax forms last year, and I'm hoping that other provinces will participate in the future. Can the minister tell us how many taxpayers in Ontario and Nunavut indicated through their tax return their intent to become a life-saving organ and tissue donor?
The Honourable Minister.
Merci, Mr. Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Confederation has worked hard to help Canadians waiting for a transplant. I was happy to support his bill along with members from all parties. It shows we can do great things when we work together. The impact of this change is significant, and I'm pleased to tell you it has been very successful already. The most recent numbers we have indicate that 2.45 million people used their tax return to indicate they want to be a donor. This is very promising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Mississauga East Cooksville.
Mr. Speaker, my question is for the Minister of International Trade regarding the important Canada-Ukraine trade agreement and Conservatives' concerns of our government's unequivocal support for Ukraine. They were right about one thing, Mr. Speaker. Support for Ukraine on this side of the House is unequivocal. Clearly, the same cannot be said for the Conservative Party of Canada. Speaker, did the Conservatives make this shameful decision to appease their far-right, anti-Ukraine extreme base? Can the minister tell us what the Ukrainians, our friends, have said about this agreement?
The Honourable Minister for International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague from Mississauga East Cookville for that really excellent question. President Zelensky himself asked for Canada to negotiate a progressive, strong, excellent free trade agreement. We've modernized it and we've done that. The only party in this House that voted against Ukraine is the Conservative Party of Canada. I want to say that on this side of the House, we stand with Ukraine in what we say, in what we do, and certainly in how we vote. This side has voted for Ukraine.
The honourable member from Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, we now have an accurate picture of the infrastructure gap facing First Nations, and the numbers are truly vile. $350 billion. This is First Nations like Shamattawa facing a housing crisis. It's the long-term boil water advisory in Pucketawagan and 27 other First Nations. It's crumbling schools like the one in Tatasquiat Cree Nation. It's the forced isolation of communities like Wasagamak and Pungasi who desperately need an airport. It's unacceptable, but what's this government's solution? Cuts to Indigenous services. Why are the Liberals punishing First Nations for Liberal failures?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for that very important question, and I really appreciate her passion in this matter. I'm proud to be part of a government that's done more than any other to close the infrastructure gap, and we're investing and working with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit to build healthy, resilient, and prosperous communities for the long term. That's why we're supporting over 9,000 infrastructure projects, including the Indigenous-led Waterway Power, which is connecting 17 diesel-independent First Nations communities to the Ontario power grid. We're going to continue following Indigenous leadership to address the infrastructure priorities from coast to coast to coast. We know there's more work that needs to be done. We're committed to building this work with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis partners.
The honourable member from Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, while a 4-day pause is delayed by a day, Israel has only intensified its bombing of the Gaza Strip. For 6 weeks now, this government has been unequivocal in demanding hostages be returned, as they should. Yet they can't even seem to bring themselves to say the word ceasefire. An estimated 5,500 children have now died in the Gaza Strip alone in recent weeks. And so I ask again, how many children need to die until this government's going to call for a ceasefire?
The Honourable Minister for Global Affairs.
Of course, we condemn the October 7 terrorist attack by Hamas. And of course, we're extremely preoccupied with what is happening in Gaza. I've said it many times. This is one of the worst places, if not the worst place, to live in the world, and too many women and children have died. And that's why we welcome the humanitarian pause that will be happening starting tomorrow, that has been agreed between Israel and Hamas and brokered by Qatar. And of course, we'll continue to support the fact that Canadians need to get out of Gaza, civilians must be protected, humanitarian aid must go in, and hostages need to be released.
Good job. And that brings us to the end of question period. I would like to bring to members' attention the presence in the gallery of the Social Sciences and Humanity Research Council of Canada's 2023 Impact Award winners. I I see a number of points of order here on the floor. Recognize the honourable member from Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today during question period, the member from Miramichi Grand Lakes used extraordinarily unparliamentary language. It was slanderous. And Mr. Speaker, I bring this up to your attention because it is not the first time that this member has spoken in that manner. He has used hateful language throughout question period multiple times this week. Today he said a very slanderous thing that I can say with all certainty is a slander because it was directed at me. So the idea that the New Democratic Party and myself would not condemn in the strongest possible terms the terrorist attack by Hamas is absolutely slanderous. The fact that we have called for a ceasefire and the Conservatives refuse to call for that is something very...
I'm going to ask some. I see another member from St. Catharines rising on the same point of order. I'll ask the member to be very brief and to the point. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to confirm that I did hear that from the member for Miramichi Grand Lake. When questioned on it by a member on that side, he said he was here for the facts. Mr. Speaker, I think in this place we can be parliamentary. Accusing another member of supporting a terrorist organization in this country is way out of line, Mr. Speaker, and I hope you look into this.
All right. I thank the honourable member from St. Catharines for raising this issue. I see that the member from Miramichi Grand Lake would like to get up, and I do hope the member will be brief and succinct. The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask what is the exact thing I'm being accused of? That's unclear to me. Yeah, I need to know the exact words, and then I'll talk. Give me the...
I'm going to ask members for their patience for a second. Colleagues, I am not inclined to repeat unparliamentary language in this House. I will review the tapes, or if the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Island would like to get up, I'd be happy to recognize him. The honourable member from Miramichi Grand Island? Grand Lake, excuse me.
All right. Mr. Speaker, I'll gladly rise. I still haven't been told completely what it is. No, I'm going somewhere with this. I can tell you. Can I talk? I can't hear.
He said the truth.
I ask all members to please allow the honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake to respond to. Can I ask all members, please, for order? Honourable member from Miramichi Grand Lake.
Thank you. Number one, I directed nothing at the member that spoke over here in the corner. Nothing at all. And my exact words, and I know the NDP is not going to like it, I said they were Hamas supporters, and they are.
Colleagues, we are not doing ourselves any favors as members of Parliament in terms of if there's been use of unparliamentary language, especially if it's directed to an individual. It's clearly unparliamentary. To make statements which create disorder in the House is also unparliamentary. The Speaker is going to take this matter and review the tapes and return to the House. I recognize another point of order, the Member of Parliament from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Yeah, thanks very much, Speaker. During question period, while the member for South Shore St. Margaret's was asking a question, the Minister of International Development called him, I quote, a liar, close quote. Now, I can tell you, sitting so close to the good folks from Hansard, that they captured it in Hansard. And as there's an opportunity for the minister to apologize to an honorable member of this House for calling someone a liar, it is, of course, unparliamentary. It is, of course, unbecoming of a member of the King's Privy Council, member of the government. He should not be recognized until he apologizes to the honourable member for South Shore St. Margaret's.
I see that the honourable member is, honourable minister rather, is rising on his feet. The honourable minister.
Yeah, apologize and I withdraw the remark.
I would like to thank the honourable minister for doing the appropriate thing. The honourable member. The honourable member from New Westminster Burnaby, on a point of order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The minister has done the right thing. I would like to come back to your commitment to review the tapes on the member for Miramichi Grand Lake. What he said was clearly unparliamentary. You've called upon him to apologize, and reviewing the tape, I believe if he has not apologized, he should not be recognized in this House.
I thank the honourable member. The Speaker, I've already made my intentions clear on that, and I will come back to members. The honourable member.
Yorkton Melville's also.
I'm sorry. I'm going to go to the honourable member from Yorkton Melville, who had been patiently waiting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really do want to get to committee, so I appreciate that. I want to bring forward. My understanding is that we cannot say indirectly in this House what we cannot say directly. I am of Canadian Ukrainian heritage. My grandfather came here just before the Holodomor, and every statement today that was said on that side of the House against me in regard to my decision on my vote is inappropriate.
I thank the honourable member for order. 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 I thank the honourable member from Yorkton Melville. I'm afraid this is moving into a matter of debate. I do see also rising on a point of order the honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And during question period, I heard the Member of Parliament for Cambridge yell across this way, "Let's take it outside." And this is physically threatening, and it is unparliamentarian, and he should apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Brian does that often.
Thank the honourable member from Kelowna Lake Country. It's not considered unparliamentary language, but I will review the Hansard to see what I can detect from that.
So, we've come to the favorite question of the whole week, the Thursday statement. I recognize the honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's a somber day today because after a number of attempts on my part to have Bill C-56 be debated here in this House since October 5th, today we have a government that's muzzling the House and limiting debate on Bill C-56. Madam Speaker, given that we will be sitting until midnight tonight, we will be voting on C-56. Would the government leader tell us what we can expect tomorrow and next week in terms of work? Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Honourable Government House Leader. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague, as the other speaker said, for the most awaited question of the week. And tonight, we hope to have unanimity on C-56. Perhaps we can count on the Conservatives' votes to help Canadians at this time. We hope so.
We will continue with debate on the government business motion relating to Bill C-56, the Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. Tomorrow we will resume second reading debate of Bill C-58 relating to replacement workers. We will return to C-58 debate on Monday. Tuesday will be an opposition day. Wednesday, we will call second reading of Bill S-9 concerning chemical weapons. And I would also like to note that it is the intention of the government to commence debate next week on the bill relating to the fall economic statement that was tabled earlier this week by the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Thank you. Merci.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government business. Resuming debate on motion number 30 regarding proceedings on Bill C-56, an act to amend the Excise Tax Act and the Competition Act, and on the amendment of Mr. Williams.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-56, the Liberals' so-called Affordable Housing and Groceries Act. I say so-called because nothing in this bill will make housing affordable or reduce grocery prices. After 8 long years of these Liberals, Canadians are facing an unprecedented affordability crisis. Let's look at the facts. After 8 years of these Liberals, housing costs have doubled, rent has doubled, mortgage payments have more than doubled. They're up 150% compared to 8 years ago. Canadians, after 8 years of these Liberals, have seen 40-year high inflation. Meanwhile, interest rates are rising at the fastest rate in Canadian history and have reached a 22-year high, and interest rates are projected to be hiked even further. When it comes to essentials like groceries, prices have gone up a staggering 70%, resulting in nearly 2 million Canadians a month going to the food bank. More than 2 million Canadians a month at the food bank. That's what Canadians are facing after 8 years of these Liberals. A dire situation in which Canadians are struggling to put food on the table and to keep a roof over their head. Madam Speaker, it begs the question, why is it that Canada faces an affordability crisis? There is one person who bears primary responsibility, and that is this Prime Minister. It is this Prime Minister who has created an affordability crisis as a result of 8 years of reckless spending. This is a Prime Minister who in 8 years has run up the largest deficits, a Prime Minister who in 8 years managed to double the national debt. So reckless and so out of control is the spending on the part of this Prime Minister that this Prime Minister has managed to do the seemingly impossible, and that is to rack up more debt in 8 years than all of his predecessors over the previous 150 years. This is a Prime Minister who thought it was a good idea to pay for his out-of-control, reckless spending to print, through the Bank of Canada, $600 billion. As a result, the money supply has increased 8 times faster than economic growth. Mr. Speaker, 8 times faster than economic growth. Is it any wonder that in the face of that, Canadians have seen 40-year high inflation and interest rates rising faster than ever before? So, Madam Speaker, that is the record of these Liberals after 8 years. That is what they have to show. They have manufactured a cost of living crisis, and everyday Canadians are hurting. And so, in the face of that, what have these Liberals done, or what are they doing to address the issue of affordability, the mess that they have created? Well, Madam Speaker, earlier this week, Canadians got the answer, and that is based upon the Finance Minister presenting the government's fall economic statement. And what do we get from this Finance Minister? We got $20 billion in new deficit spending. $20 billion in new deficit spending on top of the more than $100 billion of deficit spending that this Finance Minister has racked up in the 3 years that she has held that portfolio. $20 billion in new deficit spending that pours fuel on the inflationary fire and is sure to keep interest rates high. $20 billion in new deficit spending, notwithstanding the fact that even the Bank of Canada is calling on these Liberals to rein in their spending and has made clear to this Liberal government that their reckless spending and money printing is contributing to inflation. $20 billion in new deficit spending, notwithstanding that Scotiabank issued a report recently that confirmed that 2%, a full 2% of interest rates are directly attributable to this government's inflationary spending. And so Canadians have been hit after 8 years of these Liberals with a double whammy: high inflation and high interest rates. And they're now also being hit with a third whammy in the way of these Liberals' punitive carbon tax. It is a tax that these Liberals falsely sold as a means to address GHGs, to reduce GHGs, but we know that after 8 years of these Liberals, GHGs have gone up, not down. And I would remind Liberals across the way who talk so much about climate action that the COP27 rankings ranked Canada after 8 years of these Liberals at 58 out of 63 countries. But I digress. The carbon tax, Madam Speaker, is nothing more than another tax. But I qualify that because it's not quite that. It is, after all, a tax that disproportionately impacts lower and middle-income Canadians. It is a tax that increases the cost of everything, including on essentials such as food, fuel, and heating. And it is a tax that, according to both the Bank of Canada and the Parliamentary Budget Officer, is exacerbating inflation. And, Madam Speaker, despite that, and despite the fact that Canadians are facing an affordability crisis, with nearly half of Canadians $200 away from insolvency, what is this Liberal government's plan? Their plan is to quadruple their punitive carbon tax on hard-working, everyday Canadians. And so, Madam Speaker, I say to the Liberals across the way that I would be very keenly interested to see if one of them can stand up in their place and explain to Canadians how the policies of this government, namely money printing, massive deficits, the quadrupling of the carbon tax, all of which are exacerbating inflation and increasing interest rates are a policy prescription that is going to make life more affordable for Canadians. Madam Speaker, very simply, those policies are making life less affordable. Canadians are paying a very dear price after 8 years of the costly policies of this Liberal Prime Minister. And so, Madam Speaker, let me say, in closing, that after 8 long years of these Liberals, costs are up, rent is up, taxes are up, debt is up, and this government's time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Bravo. Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. And, you know, the legislation that the member is debating is very substantial. I know he wanted to talk a lot about the fall economic statement, but this legislation is good legislation that's going to support Canadians in many different ways, especially when it comes to the issue of giving more authority and power to the Competition Bureau. It's also going to provide literally thousands of new homes into the future. People are concerned in terms of just the reckless behavior of the Conservative Party today. We have no sense. You know, they say you listen to some speeches, they seem to be in support of the legislation. You listen to other speeches, they seem to be against the legislation. Look what happened with the Ukraine legislation. At the end of the day, every one of them voted against Ukraine. That's fine. There's their prerogative. Hopefully some of them will take a flip-flop and support Ukraine-Canada trade deal going forward. I won't hold my breath. But what is the Conservative Party collectively going to do on this legislation? Do they support it or not?
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, Madam Speaker, I'm glad that the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary referred to changes that are being made to the Competition Act, because the amendments put forward in this bill pertaining to the Competition Act are copied and pasted from the private member's bill introduced by the member for Bay of Quinte. Very simply, it would remove the efficiencies defense with respect to mergers. That could, in the long term, have an impact in increasing competition in the groceries sector and therefore have some long-term impact upon prices. But Canadians can't wait 5 years or 7 years down the road. They need relief today, and all this government has offered them is the quadrupling of the carbon tax.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's good to stand in the House today to talk about a very important bill, and this is the idea that, you know, we're going to get some purpose-built rental built. We're going to get some rental housing built. And to the member's point, you know, it's not going to be as fast as we need, and that's why we need other measures outside of this bill. But on this bill, there's people in my community that are waiting for purpose-built rentals. So I'd like to see this go through, but I'd like to see more. I'd like to see more than what's in this bill. So can the member share some of the solutions that they have? I believe that the Conservatives can support this bill and improve it. So let's see what you've got.
Member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. And with respect to the GST issue or measure with respect to rental housing, this is something the Liberals had promised 6 years ago and only now are acting upon, and it is provided for by the bill put forward by the Leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition, the Building Homes Not Bureaucracy Act. That bill is a common-sense piece of legislation that is aimed at getting gatekeepers out of the way by tying infrastructure dollars to the number of homes actually built. This government has thrown billions and billions of dollars, and yet we have seen fewer houses being built in the past year than in 1972, when Canada's population was half of what it is today. The record of these Liberals is to build up bureaucracy, not houses. The plan of the Leader of the Opposition is to get homes built for Canadians.
Kitchener Centre.
Madam Speaker, the member for St. Albert, Edmonton spent a lot of his time talking about the quadrupling of the carbon tax, but absent from the conversation was the quadrupling of the rebates that go with it. And I mention this because we all then get emails in our inboxes from constituents who have been misled by these kinds of statements. Can the member make clear whether he believes that rebates also go back to Canadians? And then secondly, can he speak to any concern he might have with the fact that the carbon tax went up 2 cents a litre last year and the profits of the oil and gas industry went up 18 cents a litre as they gouge Canadians at the pumps? That's what's truly driving affordability, and I'm curious if he cares about that at all.
The honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Well, with respect, Madam Speaker, the member should get his facts straight, and a good place to start would be to review the report of the Parliamentary Budget Officer that established that more than 60% of Canadians lose out in the carbon tax. In other words, they pay more than they get back in the way of a rebate. Madam Speaker, what needs to happen, what Canadians are asking very simply, is that we axe the tax, and that is something that Conservatives are going to do to keep the...
Resuming debate with the honourable member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I first want to start by mentioning that I'll be sharing my time with the honourable member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge. But I'm honored to speak to this programming motion M30 and its amendment today. Before I start, I'd like to pay tribute to a great constituent by the name of Dot Thompson, the spouse of the late Member of Parliament Myron Thompson, whose funeral I attended this past weekend. The two were inseparable and always had the community of Sundre in their heart. Myron was an unforgettable MP that served on town council, was the high school principal, and through his athletic prowess taught many youth how to play ball. Sundre was lucky to get him as his New York Yankee professional ball career was put on hold as he played backup to Hall of Famer Yogi Berra. But I'm sure that Myron Thompson would have seen many pieces of legislation over his time in bills like C-56, an act to amend the excise tax and the Competition Act, as well as motions that would have found their way to the floor of Centre Block for discussion. During his 1993 to 2005 era, there were many suggestions that the official opposition had lifted by the Chrétien and Martin Liberals in order to minimize the economic damage that had occurred from the era of stagflation caused by Trudeau the Elder. Sadly, that Liberal government chose to cut drastically the transfers to provinces of health funding, which has haunted our provincial health care services for decades. Handcuffing the provinces was an easy fix to change the federal government's bottom line, but downloading the costs onto other levels of government simply took the heat off the feds and pushed it onto the provinces and their local authorities. I'm well aware of how federal neglect and financial shell games work, as I was a hospital board chairman during those dark days. The federal Liberals of the 90s artfully joined with the Friends of Medicare to back provinces into a corner when they were forced to rationalize services. And there's no better example than the daily attacks on Premier Ralph Klein when he was faced with the economic reality of federal cuts to health transfers. The effects of that federal action is still evident. But thankfully, the government has returned to the era, no government has returned to the era of cuts to healthcare transfers since the Chrétien era. The reason that I give this historical reference is that there are different paths that governments can follow when trying to work their way through or out of a crisis. They can download the problems onto other levels of government. They can analyze policies of other parties in this House and, as usually the case, claim them as their own. Or they can at least acknowledge that the official opposition takes its responsibilities to Canadians seriously and that by usurping the learned advice that the government is ignoring the views of a large number of Canadians. So I'll get to some of the specifics of the legislation in a minute, but as many have stated, it is the heavy-handedness of the government and its inability and unwillingness to work with other partners unless they're willing to rubber stamp initiatives in exchange for propping up a minority government that is at issue here. What we are seized with today is the government's programming motion number 30. Programming motions have the effect of not only limiting debate here in the House, which to many is an affront to democracy in itself, but also to dictate instructions to the committee as to how it will deal with this legislation once it is passed to them. Issues related to Motion 30 have to do with the expanded scope that the committee must consider. And reading from the government business form, it says that if this bill is to be read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee of Finance, that it is to be an instruction to the committee that during the consideration of the bill be granted the power to expand its scope, to A, increase the maximum fixed penalty amounts for abuse and so on, and B, allow the Competition Bureau to conduct market study inquiries, and it continues, and C, to revise the legal test for abuse of a dominant position prohibition order to be sufficiently met if the tribunal finds that the dominant player has engaged in either practice of anti-competition competitive acts or conduct, and it continues. So if these points were important, perhaps they could have been in the bill in the first place. Also, we'll then start with a marathon sitting of 2 days after the motion's adoption to gather witness testimony with amendments to be submitted within 12 hours at the end of the marathon sitting. And then at the next meeting, once that time is up, no further debate or amendments will be entertained. And finally, under points, there are a few more points from this, we have closure after this bill is reported, being once again guaranteed. The Conservative amendment tries to infuse some credibility by at least ensuring that the Minister of Finance, the Minister of Innovation, Science and Industry, and the Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities be ordered to appear as witnesses for no less than 2 hours each. At least some level of accountability will be salvaged if this amendment is adopted. By forcing M30 onto the committees through the House process, they avoid the other option, which is to force a programming motion through the committee. They always say that committees are masters of their own fate, which is true, until, as we see with M30, it isn't. Programming motions are usually enacted when the government knows it has messed things up royally. Our responsibility as legislators is many-fold. First, it is to thoroughly analyze legislation to minimize potential unintended consequences. As a country that boasts 6 time zones, the need to have regional voices heard is paramount in order to head off such negative consequences. Sadly, secondly, it is important that Canadians get an opportunity to have input as well. Those that live in the real world understand how legislation will, good or bad, affect them. Thirdly, and this is so evident, so presently is our Natural Resources Committee, at this moment, where once federal legislation has been challenged, once the regions take on their responsibilities to protect their citizens through such initiatives, and once such legislation has been deemed unconstitutional, the government must stop challenging parts of legislation in its development of new legislation. This procedural motion M30 is to be determined through a vote in this House. Since this government has found various willing dance partners, that is virtually assured. The only time that I've seen this process sidetracked, ironically, was when the Liberals had its majority government. You see, Madam Speaker, it has become quite evident at this time the Liberals never really showed up for duty on Monday mornings. The Mulcair NDP managed to create a second reading vote on a prized Liberal bill. It was quite the scramble, but the vote ended in a tie. Because it was at second reading, the Speaker voted with the government, so the government lived to fight another day, and my did they fight. They produced a motion that would have stripped the opposition of all tools to do their job of holding the government to account. This motion dictated how things would transpire in the House and would have been one of the most egregious motions ever moved in our Westminster system of government. When the vote on this motion was to take place, once again, the NDP were sort of milling around and were in the path of our whip, Gord Brown. Now, there's a tradition that we see all the time, that the whips walk towards the mace, acknowledge each other, and then, once their members are settled, take their seats to start the vote. The confusion in the aisle caused one of the most unhinged actions I've seen anywhere. This Prime Minister rushed through the crowd, grabbed our whip by the arm, telling him to get the F in his place. While doing so, he swung around, hitting a female NDP member in the chest, forcing her to leave the chamber. This bizarre action caused a point of privilege that continued for days, whereby the juvenile actions of the PM were constantly on trial by his peers. In order to prevent this continued series of points of privilege, the government relented and withdrew the egregious motion. Now, with voting apps being used, perhaps the Prime Minister can avoid such a conflict in the future. Of course, maybe by now, the government is also aware that there's a timeout provision whereby the vote would have taken place whether the whips walked down the aisle or not. Hopefully, this motion can be defeated without the theatrics. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Truly, you just can't make this stuff up. You know, at the end of the day, the Conservatives will whine and cry about, well, we want to have more debate time. But in reality, what do? They behave like a bunch of juveniles. Madam Speaker, what we see is that at some points the members will stand up and say, well, I move second by so-and-so that debate or that person be heard, which causes the bells to ring for a half hour instead of voting. Or sometimes they'll adjourn debate in an attempt to prevent debating from taking place. And most common, more recently, concurrence motion after concurrence motion after concurrence motion. Why all these games? Because they don't want to debate legislation. They want to filibuster. They want to prevent. This is the far right wing of the Conservative Party pushing the Conservative Party to be destructive. And they're very successful. We are looking at a very extreme right-wing Conservative Party today. My question to the member is, why is the Conservative Party neglecting the vast majority of Canadians in favor of the far right?
Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Madam Speaker, the member can continue to insult. There is nothing in what I say that indicates in any way, shape, or form that I approve of any of his far-right allegations. It is something that they chose to talk about today as they felt that this was one of the good things that they could do during question period. So we've heard it all day. It is just as ridiculous now as it was earlier in the day. And quite frankly, perhaps he should consider kind of the role and the actions of his Prime Minister, because believe me, everything I said was accurate.
Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I want to ask a serious question of the member. Now, we saw under the Harper regime, and I was here in the House, over 9 years, we saw that housing prices doubled. They doubled again under the Liberals, but the Conservatives were just as bad, Madam Speaker. But they have been worse. The Conservative record is far worse when it comes to affordable housing units. Between the two parties, the corporate coalition of Liberals and Conservatives, over 1 million affordable housing units have been lost over the past 17 years. 800,000 of that, so 80%, came under the Conservatives' watch. So I don't understand when Conservatives say finally they're actually interested in housing, why they would block a bill that actually creates more housing units, and why they would block it so ferociously. In the same way that they blocked dental care, in the same way that they blocked all of the NDP efforts to ensure a doubling of the GST credit to put more food on the table. Every single affordability measure that the NDP fights for and succeeds in getting, Conservatives block. And my simple question is this: has the member actually spoken to his constituents who want to see these measures, including dental care, in his riding?
Red Deer Mountain View.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and thanks to the member. And have I spoken to them? Yes, I absolutely have. As a matter of fact, This morning I had people from FCM, from my riding, that were visiting with me as we were talking about all of the issues. We were talking about homelessness issues. We were talking about affordability in housing. We were talking about all of the different initiatives that have been part of governments for years. And so, yes, definitely. And I speak to constituents constantly about the issues of affordability. So I'm not sure exactly where the member was going there, but believe me, that is something that is always uppermost in our minds.
Honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member.
Pardon, mon Dieu.
For Argenteuil-la-Petite-Nation. Thank you very much. It's still in Outaouais. Yes, thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. As he said, he's not a member from the extreme right like his leader. He spoke a lot about inflation in Canada. Obviously, with the decrease in inflation in relation to the 8.1% record in June 2022 must be good for him, but we must do more. And without obstruction at committees so we can get our work done. So more affordable housing, that would be really good for his riding. So how does a member for Red Deer Mountain View be able to face these organizations who will benefit from these GST rebates? And he's against this measure.
I'm sorry that I only have 15 seconds to answer the question, but I know that this was one of the discussions that I had when we had a number of members of FCM with me this morning, and how important it is. They have actually, communities have some very good initiatives that they are already incorporating. And it's more a case of how do we take the good ideas that we see from our municipalities and help incorporate those into major ideas that help the provinces and then help the federal government. Because believe me, thinking that coming from the top
I've been very generous in my time. The honourable member, resuming debate, the honourable member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. After 8 long years of this Liberal Prime Minister, costs have shot up, and millions of Canadians are struggling to make ends meet. Housing costs have doubled, rent has doubled, mortgage rates have doubled, grocery prices are soaring, and the lineups for food banks are shocking. I received an email from Tyler, who bought a home a couple of years ago, and his mortgage has gone up from $1,600 to $4,000 a month. He says he has no other choice but to sell his home and downgrade to make his life livable. Candace is from Maple Ridge, and she's seen her payments double also. She can no longer afford new clothes for her children and needs to take them out of sports to try and make ends meet. Then there's Shafi. I met him at C-SPAN shipyards in North Vancouver. He's a welder, and he showed me on an app that his mortgage was $7,528 a month. And he told me, he says he's not living in a palace. It's a 40-year-old 4-bedroom home in one of Vancouver's suburbs. And he says he's being forced to work 7 days a week, 10-hour shifts, and he has no freedom. He says he cannot give his body a rest or he's going to lose his home. These aren't just stories, Madam Speaker. These are real lives, and where the same thing is happening across Canada. And the blame rests fully on this Liberal NDP coalition for their incompetency and ultimately, I would say, the lack of concern for Canadians. And they have shown a lack of basic understanding of economics or running a country. I'll take that back. They are good at running a country to the ground. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, it wasn't that long ago that the nation was one of the richest in the world. But under this Prime Minister, our rankings have been dropping. Country after country has been passing us in GDP and per capita ranking. I met a tourist on the way to Vancouver Island about a month or so ago, and he's come to Canada numerous times over the past 40 years, and he says, he asked me, he says, what's happening to Canada? He says, from his perspective, it just seems to be in decline. And unfortunately, he's right. What has happened to Canada is 8 years of being run by an incompetent, Liberal government and joined at the hip with the Socialist NDP and Bloc. And why has everything become so unaffordable? The Liberals went on a crazy spending orgy, doling out hundreds of billions of dollars. Yes, that, if you want to know the definition of that word is excessive and indiscriminate indulgence in a specified activity. We'll call that spending. The Prime Minister added more debt to Canada than all the previous Prime Ministers before him for 150 years. They've been absolutely careless with finances, and they've been racking up, for all intents and purposes, the credit card debt. And this has caused great problems, chaos. But they made sure that their friends and buddies and insiders have gotten their share. I think of the ArriveCan app scam, where millions of dollars have been spent or given essentially to a two-person company in the basement of their house for no work other than send a few emails out. And something that should have cost a few $1,000s has cost millions of dollars. There's been scandal after scandal after scandal. It's almost become just part of the play, part of the narrative. Last week, we heard that the Green Slush Fund, the $1 billion Green Slush Fund, the chair of the Sustainable Development Technology had to resign as it and is under investigation by the RCMP because there was money that was going directly to her company and to her own self. And these are some of the buddies that we're seeing. And this is happening in I don't have time to talk about all the different situations and people that have gotten rich off of the Liberals. And one thing we will do, Conservatives, that we will turn over these stones. That's our objective here in Parliament, but also if we are elected in government. So the message, Madam Speaker, from the Liberals for a long time was essentially interest rates are low. So what's the danger of borrowing? We'll borrow, spend. Well, what has happened because of that? Well, for one thing, interest costs have escalated. We're now spending $51 billion on interest payments alone this year. That's more than we spend in health transfers. It is more than we are spent, twice as much as we're spending on the military, the Canadian military, which is one of the very few things that the Liberals decide to cut back on, is the Canadian military in a time of great danger. We look at what happens with Russia attacking Ukraine, the situation with China, with all sorts of threats. The Liberals decide to cut the one important piece that they actually should be increasing, but that's typical for them. And so Canadians are suffering by their indulgence in spending, their addiction, and they keep on hearing the word, oh, we're investing. We the Liberals are investing in this and we're investing in that. Well, it's not their money, Madam Speaker, it's taxpayers' money. And their actions have also led to not just increased interest charge, but have led to significant rise in inflation. And anybody that goes to the grocery store can attest to that. People are not eating as nutritiously as before because of this. I met with a number of university students last week, and they're saying they're having a hard time making ends meet. They're using the food bank, and I talked to the president of the university and said that the lineups and the use of the food banks there has gone up dramatically, and actually we're seeing 2 million Canadians a month go to the food banks. This is not good, and the Liberals and the NDP need to account for this. They can try and blame Harper from 8 years ago. It rests full square on their shoulders. Now, so what's happening here? The Liberal Brain Trust, and we're seeing this in the bill here, began to panic because for them, what this is about is politics and power and money. And as inflation has gone up and costs have gone up, guess what's gone down? Their poll numbers, and that's causing a little bit of panic over on the government benches. So what have they been forced to do? Well, they've raised interest rates. It's a time-tested way to lower inflation. But what have they succeeded in doing? They've escalated the cost of carrying a mortgage. Half of mortgage owners will be renewing their mortgages in the next 2 years, $70,000 per month. And it's hitting them hard. Everywhere in Canada, especially the areas where there's the biggest mortgages, like in metropolitan Vancouver and Toronto, Victoria, and the other large centers. People are losing their homes and losing their quality of life. And this is real, and it is painful. It is real, and it is painful. Now, I know that one of the Liberal solutions is, we'll just extend their mortgage to 90 years, 100 years. Your great-great-great-grandchildren can pay off your mortgage. You can keep your home. That is not a solution. That is not a solution. So, Madam Speaker, I see that the Liberals have realized the big mess that they have done, and there's a political urgency, and what they have said is, let's take a piece of the Conservative Party policy and put their superhero outfits at, let's have no fear, we're here, we're going to help them with some of the solutions. They took one of our solutions right there, which was to take away the GST from rental housing, purpose-built, but there's a lot more they need to do. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, Madam Speaker, the one thing I didn't hear this member talk about was a carbon tax. And I know he's a really big fan of the carbon tax because when he was in the BC provincial legislature, he not only voted in favor of it, but he spoke very highly of it. He said, our carbon tax appears to be working. It means that every dollar collected from BC carbon tax is given back to the taxpayers in the form of tax credits or tax cuts. What? He said, we view this tax as a tool to change behavior and reduce greenhouse gas emissions. He literally, if a Liberal had said that, he would have been heckling.
He was a Liberal back then, maybe.
Maybe he was a Liberal back then. I don't know. Maybe he can inform me, Madam Speaker. Why is he against a carbon tax? Why is he hypocritical?
The Honourable Member for Peat Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, Madam Speaker. Well, I'm proof that there can be redemption. And so I think that if I can see the light, there is hope for the Liberal Party. And I can tell you right now, it is clear, it is absolutely clear from one end of Canada to the other that it is a disaster. And I totally endorse the removal of this carbon tax from coast to coast to coast.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, the member for Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge and his Conservative colleagues are asking Canadians to believe in a fairy tale. They want you to believe that all of these problems with housing magically started over the last several years, or at least in 2015, when in fact, Madam Speaker, it goes on a lot longer this current government, the Harper government before it, then the Chrétien government and the Mulroney government, what we are seeing today is the natural conclusion of 40 years of neoliberal economic policy. This was not happening overnight. And similarly, when the Conservatives go after the carbon tax, but completely ignore the fact that corporate profits are at their highest level ever. That is a key driver of inflation, and the fact that the Conservatives ignore it is a shame to their constituents and a shame to the political discourse in this chamber. So, Madam Speaker, a question on Bill C-56. Does he at least agree that with these measures to strengthen the Competition Act, remove the GST, will he support them, and will he agree that the motion today is thanks to the hard work of the NDP driving this government to do better, and the fact that the Conservatives have been, again, sitting on the sidelines doing nothing?
The honourable member for Peat Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And one of our Conservative members introduced a bill, a private member's bill here on competition, because we need to have competition in the airline industry, in the banking industry, in every industry, in telecommunications. Canadians are suffering because of that, and we support this competition. We need to have this competition.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and to the honourable member who is a colleague from British Columbia. We know that in British Columbia we have some of the highest housing prices in the country. We know that rent has doubled, housing has doubled, and so this legislation that we're debating today, two of the biggest issues that we're dealing with is inflation and the cost of housing, which inflation has led to interest rates. It's caused interest rates to be increasing, which has then caused interest rate payments to be higher for people. So I'm wondering if you can tell us if this legislation will address inflation or address interest rates. Thank you.
The honourable member for Peat Meadows, Maple Ridge.
No, this is just a bill of part measures. Yes, it has one couple pieces that are good, but it isn't really addressing inflation. And one of the causes of inflation is the Liberals have not changed their reckless spending. They have a $15 billion plant that is costing every Canadian family $1,000 to employ 1,600 temporary foreign workers. So they're still out of control with their spending, and things are only going to get worse, even if they take little pieces here and there. What they need to do is, rather than Canadians having little pieces of what the Liberals are bringing of Conservative bills, that they would actually vote for the real deal and see their lives positively changed.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And you know, before I get started, I just really want to thank the member from Pitt Meadow, Maple Ridge, for answering my question. You know, he could have tried to skate around it. He could have tried to, but he hit it right on. I think that, you know, I question his, sincerity in his answer, but at least he answered my question and he didn't skate around it, and I appreciate that. So I just want to put that on the record. But, you know, I find it interesting. Here we are talking about, this very important piece of legislation that has to do with affordable housing and the Groceries Act, and how we can amend other acts in order to improve those two challenges that Canadians are facing right now. And I've heard at least two Conservatives, I know just moments ago the member from Red Deer Mountain View said it, talking about time allocating and concerned about limiting debate on this. But then he never even talked about the bill. And then the member from Pitt Meadow, Maple Ridge never even talked about the bill. My original question, had I not been waiting to ask him this question on carbon tax in BC, my original question was going to be, have you actually read the bill? Because what you're talking about has nothing to do with the bill. Like all of the measures that are in the bill, like he didn't even reference them. And then the NDP asked him a question, and he still didn't answer it. So I get it. I find it very fascinating, Madam Speaker, that here we are, Conservatives, you know, with their faux outrage, are jumping up and saying, you're not letting us debate, you're allocating time. But then meanwhile, in the time that is allocated to discuss this bill, they're not even talking about it. So I can only imagine that it's not all that important to them if they're not even using the allocated time to actually discuss this. But you know, I'm noticing a trend. I'm noticing a trend, Madam Speaker, and the trend is this. You know, when we introduced the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement a few weeks ago, the Conservatives were taking a very similar approach, talking about nothing about the bill, didn't seem to have a position on it. And then all of a sudden, about a week before, after it had been tabled for quite a while, there had been a pre-study in committee, it had been going on and on for quite a while, all of a sudden, they decided, oh, I think I found something that we can use to justify why we're going to vote against this. We're going to talk about, I saw this thing in there that has, it mentions a carbon tax in the preamble. Yes, this is exactly how we will vote against this. And then suddenly, the next week, they focused on this narrative, and then they voted against it.
Shameful.
But they didn't mention it once before then. I wonder who the award in the Conservative Party goes to for finding that red herring for them. Because it's absolutely shameful. And so I just say this in the context of, this appears to be what's happening with this bill. I'd love to know if they're going to vote in favor of it, or if they're still in the process, back in the back rooms over there, trying to figure out what words they can find in this to justify voting against it. So maybe in this debate, I'll try to focus a little bit on what I've heard. And I have heard the member from Red Deer Mountain View, I've heard a couple members earlier talk about the price on pollution, the carbon tax. And you know, I'll take the opportunity to set the record straight on some of that stuff, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off because with the rebate that they get back after the price on pollution. 8 out of 10 Canadians. Now, we should clarify. In all honesty, the 2 out of 10 Canadians are probably the most well off, and those are probably the base that the Conservatives are banking on. So they've spread this misinformation to try to suggest that that's not the case. But I'll give you the facts, Madam Speaker, and this is just recently been published. The average family of 4 in Alberta gets $1,544 back per year. The average family of 4 in Manitoba gets $1,056 back. Saskatchewan, $1,360. Nova Scotia, $992. PEI, $960. Newfoundland, $1,312. New Brunswick, $368. And Ontario, my home province, $976. As a matter of fact, when you look at the 4 provinces, Madam Speaker, that are fully under the federal backstop because they haven't implemented their own program, the average family spends about $500 on the price on pollution and gets back $804. 8 out of 10 Canadians are better off as a result of what they're getting back. Never once, and you know, the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader raised this in a question earlier, you know, why don't you ever talk about the rebate? The rebate is such a fundamental core part of this because Conservatives are more interested in spreading misinformation by suggesting that this is a tax, by suggesting that it contributes to inflation, which we know that it doesn't, and then most recently by suggesting that it somehow impacts the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement. And that was probably the biggest mistake that they made. Because what they did, Madam Speaker, is they made a concerted effort to obviously find this little bit in the agreement and said, aha, we found it. In the Canada-Ukraine Free Trade Agreement, we found it. It says carbon tax in the preamble. Well, let's use it. Yeah. The genius who discovered that, Madam Speaker, probably didn't take the time to go and look to discover, had they done that, they would have discovered Ukraine has had a price on pollution, a carbon tax, since 2011. The reason why they needed to do that, Madam Speaker, is because in order to, as part of their efforts to get in,
the honourable member. This is not a conversation. When the members finish his speech, the honourable member can ask questions.
Madam Speaker, the reason why Ukraine has had that price on pollution since 2011 is because in order to get into the European market, which they had been trying to do for so long, the European market required that they have a price on pollution in order to stay competitive. And that's why they had it. So this incredible red herring that we're hearing recently from the Conservatives is nothing more than just that, a red herring. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is there is a fraction within the Conservative Party of Canada, some of the MPs over there, that have gone down the rabbit hole of alt-right-wing American politics.
Right.
And now you're seeing that come out. I kind of always suspected it because we've kind of been seeing it happen over the last number of years. But I didn't realize, Madam Speaker, that that fraction actually had a stranglehold on the party. Now, when you consider that it's very likely that the Leader of the Opposition is part of that, given everything that he's done, let's go back to the YouTube meta tags, the fact that, like, if you want to understand the Leader of the Opposition's support for Ukraine, just go look at his social media posts from when President Zelensky showed up and visited us in September. He didn't tweet about it. He didn't put anything on Facebook about it. He didn't put on anything on Instagram about it. He was completely silent. He never said a word about Zelensky's visit. The irony is, Madam Speaker, is that he did say a word about Zelensky coming and appearing before this Parliament when he came a year earlier and he came by video conference. He actually tweeted at that time in 2022 how proud he was to see President Zelensky appear before Parliament. And do you know what the member from Calgary Nose Hill did? This was, I don't know if a lot of people caught this, but it was almost like a little subtle act of defiance. You know what she did, Madam Speaker? When he came this year in 2023, she went and quote tweeted his tweet from a year ago, congratulating him on coming.
That's terrible.
Now, that was clearly a dig at the Leader of the Opposition because she recognized how silent he was on it. So, you can tell me, Madam Speaker, and the member from Selkirk Interlake Eastman, and all Conservatives can stand up and preach to me all they want about how much they support Ukraine. But their actions speak louder than words, Madam Speaker. They're silent when the president comes here. They are silent when it came to determining what they were going to say on the Ukraine free trade deal, and then they voted against it. This is a deal that President Zelensky asked us to vote in favor of.
Well, member for Sills Grasslands.
Just like to ask you, Madam Chair, to remind the member about what bill that we're talking about here today. It's actually C-56. I believe he's talking about C-57, which was passed.
Actually, we are talking about motion 30, but yes, I would like to remind the member that that is the subject we are discussing. Thank you.
You know, Madam Speaker, I don't know if this member was sitting in the chamber when his two colleagues just spoke, but neither of them spoke about the bill at all. Like, at all. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that the Conservative Party of Canada doesn't support Ukraine. They don't. They don't. Now, they can tell you all that they want that they do, but their actions speak louder than words, and we have seen that, Canadians have seen that, and it is coming to light now, and everybody is becoming aware of it. And it's because of the same reason why Matt Gaetz and Marjorie Taylor Greene don't support Ukraine, because of the far-right influence in the Conservative Party of Canada. They know it. They know it. And I'll tell you why, Madam Speaker. I mean, just for those that are still wondering, the real reason is because the Leader of the Opposition is so petrified that if he actually starts to show support for Ukraine, he's going to lose votes to Maxime Bernier. It's that simple, Madam Speaker. He's trying to hold on to a base. So, Madam Speaker, when it comes to this particular piece of legislation, we're talking about increasing competition, and we're talking about, and by default, increasing trade. And what we know is that in order to ensure that we put the right measures in place, when we're looking at a country internally within our own country, we have to recognize that there are anti-competitive practices going on. When Loblaws owns has nearly 40% of the market share of groceries between Loblaws and Shoppers and any other entity they own, you quickly start to see that it's going to be extremely difficult for competition to exist. Just by comparison, Walmart in the United States, who is the largest retailer in terms of groceries, is a grocery share, has about 18% of the marketplace. So you know that in Canada, there is a problem with this. And that's why this bill seeks to strengthen the rules around competition, empowering the Competition Bureau further, providing them with more resources and the money that they need to effectively operate, and giving them the tools to make advances and make moves when they need to ensure that competition exists. Because competition is great, and we need to encourage competition. But sometimes government has to get involved or government charged agencies have to get involved, because you run into a situation where that competition starts to get limited, and then you see price fixing occurring, as we did with the Canada Bread Corporation. I might not have the name exactly correct, but as we saw with respect to bread price fixing. So that's why this is so incredibly important. Now, Conservatives are going to tell you that inflation is driven by is driven by a price on pollution, which has virtually no effect on it. They're going to tell you that that's why the price of gas and oil had skyrocketed over the last year, and it's just simply not true. The reality is, Madam Speaker, is that in the oil and gas sector specifically, the carbon tax added 2 cents per liter. I will remind people, 2 cents that you get more back, 2 cents per liter. Meanwhile, wholesale profit margins for the oil, the large oil distributors rose by 18 cents per liter. I don't hear the outrage about the profits. The profits of Loblaws just announced yesterday for their third quarter. Again, double-digit increases in profits over the previous quarter. It's extremely important, Madam Speaker. It's extremely important, Madam Speaker, that we put the right measures in place to assist with this. And I can understand why Conservatives are, reluctant to do this. They've never really seemed to side on or fall on the side of those that are struggling and those that really need the supports, and those that need these tools in place, and those that need to benefit from healthy competition. But this government will do that. And I'm very glad, Madam Speaker, I've said this many times in this House before, I'll say it again, I'm very glad that there's another party in the room that's acting like adults, the NDP, who see this need as well, and see the need to push this legislation through for the betterment of all Canadians. Because we all know that if we didn't time allocate this today, this would literally be here forever, just like they've done with so many other pieces of legislation. So thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to speak on this important piece of legislation. I will wrap it up there.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for South Okanagan North, South Okanagan, yeah. West Kootenay, yes, sir.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his speech. He did get to the point towards the end, under your guidance, I thought. I would like to stay on the topic of the bill and talk about one of the main things this bill does, and that is it takes the GST off of purpose-built rentals so that we would promote building of new rental accommodation. In my riding of South Okanagan, West Kootenay, it's almost impossible to find rental accommodation. And when I talk to the city planners there, they say we are building more units of housing every day than we have ever built before, but every day we have fewer affordable housing units because we are losing them to Airbnbs and people buying holiday homes, etc. The people buying those new units of housing are the people who can afford them, and those are people who already have houses. So I just want to ask the member what his government is doing to actually build affordable non-market housing that will really make a difference for Canadians. Just getting out of the way, taking the tax off We'll build more units, but it won't help people who need affordable housing.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And yes, it's the government's job to incentivize various different parts in the marketplace from time to time where we see that need to be the betterment of society. Sometimes we do that with respect to encouraging the growth of a particular manufacturing sector, such as we've seen with electric batteries and the car revolution that's really coming along with EVs. And sometimes it's about incentivizing through removing the GST for new rental buildings that are occurring. But I would say, in the topic of affordable housing specifically, this is just one tool. There are many. I've done various different announcements where sometimes, based on various different levels of government support, you might end up seeing, the rents in a particular building being required at 80% of CMHC market rent, sometimes as low as 50 or 60%, again, based on the supports that have been received. So I think that there are many different, we also give many supports to rent that is geared to one's income. And the member would know that the ministry responsible deals with that as well. So I think that there are, this is one program that he mentions, but there are a whole host of programs, and we have to approach housing from a holistic perspective, because if we were just doing the one measure that he mentioned, it certainly wouldn't be enough, but we are doing a lot more than that.
Yes, General Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Yeah.
No.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And, the bill today that we are debating, it contains parts of two different Conservative private member bills buried within it here. And so I'm just wondering if the member opposite, if he could just enlighten us as to how many other great Conservative ideas it's going to take for his government to be able to get to the point where they could finally look at actually balancing the budget.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Does this member really think that Canadians care whose idea it was? Wow, amazing idea. Thank you very much for that. Let's celebrate it together. I hope you vote for it now. Madam Speaker, it is such a ridiculous comment. You know who knows this better than most people is me. I brought forward a private member's bill in 2016. And before it got finally voted on, the government actually put it into a piece of legislation that they had brought forward. And I rejoiced in that, knowing that Canadians would be better off as a result of this. Only a petty politician, Madam Speaker, would spend time talking about, this was my idea, not your idea. Why are you getting the credit for it? Who cares? This is for the betterment of our country.
General Commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Madam Speaker, I always appreciate my colleagues speaking, but the reality is we have a scale and scope of a housing crisis that is manifest right across this country. And in fact, in my riding of New Westminster Burnaby, average rents are now $2,500 a month for a one-bedroom apartment. What that means is families are homeless, or they are doubling, tripling up. In some cases, you may have half a dozen people living in a one-bedroom apartment. Now, with that scale and scope, and knowing how awful the Harper regime was, why didn't the Liberals move to build the housing that is absolutely necessary immediately? And why are they looking through the fall economic statement to wait 2 years before the funding is put into place that is so crucial to build affordable housing, again, based on 30% of income that so many Canadians need now? Why are the Liberals, despite our pressure, hesitating from doing the right thing?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, I certainly appreciate the question, but the question has a false pretext, which is to assume that nothing else has ever been done. And that's not the case. We have had for a number of years now the national housing strategy that had been brought in place. We've seen, I'm aware of several projects in my own riding that have been built on the West Coast, on the East Coast. This is, I guess, what I find most frustrating about the last two questions, Madam Speaker, is it assumes that this is the only measure that has ever been done about this government with respect to housing. We've been dealing with the housing challenges since we came into office. We first had that first national housing strategy introduced, I believe it was around 2018. And we've been trying to tackle this ever since. Yes, the problem is has been getting worse, but that's why we're throwing even larger measures at it right now, as the one that the member indicated.
Questions et commentaires? Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank my colleague for his speech here this afternoon. In the whole affordability issue, and this bill apparently deals with affordability, how can we guarantee that the affordability issue is going to go down or get easier on constituents that are in my ridings, yours and everybody else's? Because we've tried this and we've tried that and we say we're going to lower prices, but people are still feeling the pinch. So how can you say that this bill will help Canadians in the affordability part?
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Madam Speaker, I can't guarantee anything, and I don't think anybody can guarantee anything realistically. But what I can say is you look where the problem is. We know that the problem is in food inflation. We know that food is inflated much faster than the average goods. And we know that there is a pretty small oligopoly in Canada when it comes to the major retailers of food. So that's why the minister responsible brought those CEOs to Ottawa to talk about what can be done. That's why in this bill, we're empowering the Competition Bureau to do more, to put more teeth into their ability to be able to deal with the problems of anti-competition. So again, this is one measure. I think this measure goes to the heart of competition and ensuring competition, because we recognize that when there is healthy competition, people get the best value for their dollar. And they're not getting that right now, specifically as it relates to the retail grocery industry.
Honourable Member for Red Deer Mountain View.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And just so that the members are aware, we are talking about motion 30. So therefore, there is no reason why anybody should be chastised for not talking about some of the other issues. And of course, they are important, and they have been described before. But the one thing I would like to mention, because they seem to feel that they have found something special to speak about. Yes, Ukraine is part of a carbon pricing in the European Union, and that is so that they can participate. Poland, in 2019, this comes from the McKinsey & Company Ukraine Carbon Pricing Policy, Poland $1 in 2019, Sweden $139, Ukraine 36 cents. Canada at that time, and to be fair, was $20. So 55 times more is what we are talking about. So I think it is somewhat rich that they're making that position. The point that I do wish to make, is that having gone to OSCE meetings in Europe and discussing the concept of carbon tax, the major push from this country has been, you must make sure that you put your stamp on Canada's carbon tax. And that has happened both in Berlin when I was there and in Birmingham 2 summers ago. So these are the types of things that this government is pushing, and it continues to do it now.
Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands, 30 seconds.
I appreciate the comment about talking about whatever we want. Maybe you should talk to a member from Cypress Hills Grasslands about that. He's the one that called me out on it. But it doesn't matter, because nowhere in this deal does it commit Ukraine to Canada's system. And it's a red herring to suggest otherwise. The member's going to have to explain to me, then, Madam Speaker, why Conservatives never raised the issue. And first they started talking about how it was a woke free trade deal. They started talking about everything other than a carbon tax beginning. The Conservatives only started talking about a carbon tax in this, Madam Speaker, about a week ago. They just discovered it then. Don't act like they've been on this all along, because they haven't. They know it's a red herring.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Always happy to see you. It's nice to speak before you today. I know you are waiting for my speech with great impatience, and even more so because my colleague from Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte, who I'm sharing my time with, is also a highly cultivated member in a agricultural region. Madam Speaker, I wanted to say once again, this is another gag order. We're cutting debate for parliamentarians. We're skirting the process. Once again, we are taking time from the Finance Committee for an important bill. And the government's argument for doing this is saying that it's so important, this bill, on housing, that we have to get it done really fast and skirt the parliamentary process. And it's so important to reform the Competition Act that we have to do it so fast before Christmas and short-circuit the parliamentary process. Madam Speaker, I don't understand this logic, and this is why. For years, the Canadian competition process is not good. For years. We used to have 13 large retailers in Canada. We have a very geographically large country. We used to have many large retailers, and there were mergers and acquisitions to the detriment of these retailers. And they thought they could, well, they brought together grocery chains, and the three of them were able to sit around a table. And nothing ever was ever urgent until today, until the Liberals had to face this issue. And then all of a sudden it's so urgent that all the other parliamentarians who are not Liberals will have their rights violated. Housing and GST on housing is so urgent that we have to adopt this very fast with a gag order. So where does this come from? Where does this measure come from? I'm not saying it's a bad measure. I'm not saying that it will help to increase it will not help to increase the housing supply, but during the parliamentary session, the Liberals saw that their polls were down, they're panicking, they thought about the GST measures, but they weren't even able to establish parameters within this bill. And this is a poorly drafted bill, and it will require major measures, and they're saying it's urgent. And that's how the government seems to be operating. They're skirting democratic debate. There's a gag order. There are programs administered by the CRA, and we're asking questions about this, and they're saying the agency isn't here. And then there's a new bill where they give the framework, and everything else will be done through regulations. For disabled persons, they promised a bill, and there isn't 1 cent for them in this framework, and there is a lack of parameters. And once again, parliamentarians are not shown respect by the Liberal government, and I believe in the work of parliamentarians. I disagree with many people here, but we have to take time to look at our files, to read the legislation, to propose amendments and rise in the House and to speak to this bill. And I think these parliamentarians who do this should have the right to do so. We're talking about the cost of living, and they're saying we have to skirt the entire process to talk about the cost of living. There was nothing in the fall statement. We don't have permanent construction programs for low-income housing, and Quebec asked for this, and we were asking for the money that was due to us. And then in the last budget, there was almost nothing new that recognizes the urgent nature of the situation. And today, in terms of the cost of living, there are only 5 grocery stores left, and now we have to hurry up for what took decades to take place. In terms of housing, not only there's nothing new, but they're complicating the situation with Quebec, and they are getting involved in our business, and it was a bad idea that was tried by the Pierre Elliott government of the time, and they weren't able to do anything with it, and they abolished it. And repeating the mistakes of the past is generally not a sign of common sense, and it seems to be passed down from one generation to another. Small businesses. In my writing, the Chambers of Commerce are asking for our companies to have more time to repay their CEBA loans. And this government's disdainful answer saying, we helped them with throughout the pandemic, and they're saying they used our taxes, and our children will have to pay for the interest on this. It's not. It is money that this government borrowed on the backs of future generations, and it's good we took a collective risk. But now they're saying, since we helped small businesses during the first phase of the pandemic, we have morally the right to drop them now for the second phase of this crisis. And we're talking about competition now. When people go out to shop in my riding, how many small businesses or suppliers or retailers will close? How many fewer stores will be there for people to shop in, and the consumers and the prices for consumers will pay the price. And our only recourse is to go to small businesses for many products, and there's nothing here. Earlier, I received a call from a member from my riding, and they said they had a bad season, and I see that there are colleagues looking at me. They know what I'm saying. We all receive these type of phone calls. People are asking us for emergency aid, and the government's response is there's nothing. There's no assistance for the worst season that ever took place. So what will this mean for consumers, Madam Speaker? Closures in the produce sector. If we want to have organic products from our region that vitalize our rural regions. And there's absolutely nothing here, Madam Speaker. So I understand that the NDP agreed to this gag order. I'm not sure what they received in exchange. And I'm wondering what the NDP got for being in favor of it. I'd love to know. But I think it's a high price to pay, because I don't know what they obtained, but there was nothing in the fall economic update. And we're wondering, well, we're asking for measures for the middle class. We're asking for measures for our farmers, our companies, and measures in terms of housing, and none of these are here. And now, basically, this is a good bill. We've been saying for years that we need to table legislation like this, particularly in terms of competition. In Canada, we have a competition system that is archaic at all levels. The Competition Bureau's commissioner is doing his work, and it's not a question of incompetency, but there's a bigger issue. We're allowing mergers and acquisitions only on the basis of efficiency gains. If two companies merge, they reduce their costs and they become more effective, but will it reduce prices for consumers? We're just saying, are they better? Are they more effective? But it won't help consumers. I only have a minute left. I can't delve into the details of this bill, but, Madam Speaker, we have to change this. We also need to ban other types of anti-competitive practices. We know we allow other people to do the dirty work for us sometimes. Often, we allow others to do our dirty work. There are many good aspects in this bill. We'll give the Competition Bureau greater powers to investigate, and this is good news. But I'd like to conclude by saying, Madam Speaker, HSBC is being bought up by RBC, and there's an upcoming merger, and the Competition Bureau only looked at the efficiency gains of this transaction. And if the Minister of Industry agrees to these principles, he will require the Minister of Finance to adopt this bill and to do a new analysis by the Competition Bureau to prevent this transaction. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little bit puzzled. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech, but on one hand, he's attacking the NDP and I guess at the same time the government in terms of this motion, but at the same time supporting the contents of the bill. I guess ask him, does he support the continued Conservative filibuster, or doesn't he want to see residents of Quebec and the rest of Canada actually benefit from the measures he supports.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. First, Madam Speaker, I'm not attacking anyone. I'm making some factual statements, and what is true is that we're skirting our right, and my right as a parliamentarian is to express myself on this. And the member across the way is talking about a Conservative filibuster. Madam Speaker, it's not normal for a piece of legislation that is modifying the Excise Act and amending the competition bill will be at Finance Committee next week, and we only give them 2 sittings, Monday and Wednesday, until midnight for such an important bill. If the Liberals think that their bill was so important, and like me, if they thought that this is such an important bill, they would have allowed the Finance Committee to do its work correctly, and that's not the case. Questions and comments?
Yes, the Honourable Member, I'm sorry, for Nanaimo Lady Smith.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Merci.
I'd like to thank my colleague.
My question is, so first of all, I want to empathize with the frustration. I'm frustrated too. We are in a position, Madam Speaker, where we are having to deal with a party that is blocking legislation after legislation from being able to get through at a time when people need help. People need to have access to affordable groceries. They need a roof over their head. And so we're put in this predicament where all of us are impacted by the decisions that are being made consecutively by the Conservatives to stop anything from going through this House. And so my question to the member is, what does he propose that we do when we have a party that's blocking all the legislation from going through that Canadians need in order for us to see Canadians getting the help that they need and deserve?
That's right.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I understand my colleague's point of view. I understand her legitimate question. And I understand in terms of the NDP, they may think that to vote in favor of gag orders one after the other may be good for our democracy. But I don't agree. But this is a super gag order. Not only are we gag ordering it right now, but we're also gagging it at committee. No one in the economics or finance world or the competition sphere thinks that 2 sittings at committee for legislation that will have such a profound impact on our system is enough. So what I have done, Madam Speaker, I would perhaps have negotiated.
Okay. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Cypress Hills Grasslands.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and I appreciated the member's speech. I'm just wondering if he wants to speak a little bit more about what could be done to further enhance competition rather than just simply having a lazy government stealing other parties' bills. Maybe that there's other measures that he would like to see the government take on that would be able to be beneficial to his constituents in Quebec.
The Honourable Member for Mirabel. Madam Speaker, I have the same type of question from the Liberals and the Conservatives. Yes, we do support this bill. We think that in general that it's good and overall it'll be good. In terms of housing, these solutions won't solve everything, but in terms of competition, there are good solutions. But I think what we should do is to take a bit more time to hear witnesses so that stakeholders can express themselves and to have more time to propose amendments and to work constructively. We will discuss all this, of course, but right now I think we are depriving ourselves of a tool by accelerating committee work so much, and we're depriving ourselves of a legislative and democratic tool that is very important, and I'm very disappointed. Thank you very much. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I will take over where my colleague from Mirabel stopped off. He did give us a nice portrait of this political context, and I will talk a bit more about the bill itself. The government's proposal here gives the Finance Committee the power to broaden the scope of the bill, incorporating 3 substantial amendments. First, the amendment to increase fines. is directly inspired from Bill C-352, tabled by the leader of the NDP. This amends the Competition Act, rendering many of its elements obsolete after the passage of Bill C-56. The other two amendments related to the abusive dominant position and the Competition Bureau's investigative powers and market studies, although subject to the wording of the forthcoming amendments, appear to be limited in scope. Their inclusions seems more to be a symbolic victory for the NDP. But let's go back to these three amendments. The first, increasing monetary penalties for the abusive dominant position up to $25 million initially and $35 million for repeat offenders. And as I was saying, it's directly inspired from Bill C-352, introduced by the leader of the NDP. Right now, the maximum fines imposed by the Competition Bureau and the Tribunal are $5 million for an offending company, in addition to 14-year prison sentences for executives in breach of the Act. This proposed revision is therefore significant, abandoning the idea that sanctions are simply the cost of doing business. Therefore, it could have a dissuasive impact comparable to that of European or American legislation. And once again, as my colleague said, this is in place elsewhere. How come it took so long to have this in Canada? How come it took so long to wake up? And this was clearly explained in the previous speech. And the Second Amendment, allowing the Competition Bureau to investigate.
Hey everyone, just letting you know that it's 5 o'clock, so I am going to be closing the channel down. I'll give 5 minutes and then the stream will end.
Prior consultation. And this is of considerable importance. Right now, the Bureau has strict investigative powers, but only in the case of clearly defined infringements, adopting a quasi-criminal approach. This amendment is designed to remedy this shortcoming in market studies, to ensure greater efficiency in assessing competitive dynamics.
As for the Third Amendment, revising the legal criterion for the prohibition of abuse of a dominant position, it aims to prevent anti-competition practices that significantly hinder or lessen competition in a relevant market. At present, although the law prescribes various restrictive practices, it does not prevent excessive pricing by a company with a dominant position in a market. So C-352, the NDP's bill, sought to fill this gap by specifically prohibiting excessive pricing. Despite the obvious merits of this provision, the government seems to be reluctant to adopt it, offering instead a procedural amendment to the existing Act through C-56 without actually strengthening consumer defenses.
We'll be back up live tomorrow, Alex.
C-56, while making salutary changes to the Competition Act, hardly seems to be an adequate response to the housing crisis and soaring food prices. An in-depth review of the Canadian housing strategy remains essential, as does a redefinition of abusive dominant position to prevent price increases resulting from a lack of competition. These critical issues remain whether or not C-56 is adopted. The Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of the motion and the bill, recognizing the presence of some positive measures and the absence of elements that are downright harmful. However,
I want to thank everybody for supporting the channel, and anyone who hasn't, if you want to go ahead and hit the like and subscribe,
in terms of current needs, as far
there'll
as
be a
housing
video
is
tomorrow.
concerned, there's nothing to suggest that C-56 will help reduce the cost of rents. At the information session for MPs held on September 21st, we specifically asked officials to provide us with the studies on which the finance minister is basing her assertion that C-56 would have an impact on rents. And it's my colleague from Joliette who asked that question, and he gets the credit for that. So if I don't lose my train of thought in giving him the credit, I would say that he is quite a good MP. Their evasive response to the question by the member for Joliette was that they didn't have them, and this suggests an uncertain future for this alleged effectiveness. It would be implausible for a landlord to decide to lower rent simply because he hadn't paid GST on the purchase of a new building. And what's more, rising interest rates affecting the entire housing stock and resulting in higher mortgage costs are major factors influencing future costs, which, with or without C56 tenants, are likely to have to bear. In the best case scenario, the zero rating of rental properties could encourage some builders to favor this type of construction over condominiums, potentially offering a glimmer of hope in the growing housing crisis. However, without having a direct impact on prices, C56 could nonetheless help alleviate this housing shortage, a situation that is likely to worsen in the years to come. Currently, La Société Immobilière du Québec points out that only 14%, I repeat 14%, of new housing units built between now and 2030 will be for rental purposes, even though almost 40% of Quebec households are renters. This growing imbalance foreshadows a veritable national tragedy and requires the tripling of rental units in new construction to reverse the housing crisis. If C56 succeeds in even slightly increasing the proportion of rental units, it would be a modest step forward, but insufficient to meet the crying need. However,